Ellis Owusu Dabo, the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the best destination for quality education. Dr. Vincent Ankoma Lomote, our guest speaker. Dr. Ajenim Boateng, Provost of Colleges, Deans and Directors, Heads of Department, staff of our noble university, our dear students, invited guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to welcome you all to the 10th summer school of our university. The summer schools, which have been part of our annual calendar, have been used to deliberate on contemporary issues affecting our core mandate as a University of Science and Technology. From its humble beginnings in the year 2011, with only 250 senior members, the KNUST Summer School has grown from strength to strength. Participation has also grown steadily over the past 10 years. The breakdown is as follows. We started in 2011 under the theme, Equipping Staff for Leading Change in Academia. At that time, it was limited to only senior members, and we had 250 people participating. The second summer school was in 2012 under the theme, Raising the Standards for the 21st Century University Education. We had senior members and senior staff participating. We had 600 people participating at the time. The third summer school was in 2013 under the theme, Repositioning KNUST as a Global Institution, Effective Research Management as a Tool. We had senior members and senior staff participating to the tune of 777. The fourth summer school was in 2014 under the theme, Advancing Science and Technology through Effective Communication. At the time, we added junior staff to the senior members and senior staff, and the number shot up to 2,400. The fifth summer school was in 2015 under the theme, Sustainable Development of Tertiary Education in Ghana amidst economic and security challenges. We had senior members, senior staff, and junior staff participating. 2,500 people participated. The sixth summer school was in 2016 under the theme, Strengthening the Linkage Amongst Academia, Industry, and Government. Once again, 2,720 people participated, made up of senior members, senior staff, and junior staff. 2017 was when we had the seventh summer school under the theme, Technology Manpower Training and Development. Once again, 4,103 people participated. In the eighth summer school in 2018, we reflected on improving quality of higher education through effective measurement and evaluation. 4,680 people participated. The ninth summer school was focused on the SDGs, and that was in 2021, under the theme, SDGs and Universities, Actions Towards KNUST's Mandate at 70 and Beyond. That was when we were just recovering from COVID, and so 3,060 people participated. This year, and I mean this year, we are privileged to be organizing the 10th summer school under the theme, Academia-Industry Partnership for National Development. As a responsive institution, we periodically review our activities with the aim of responding adequately to the concerns of our stakeholders. In this respect, and considering the ever-changing demands of the job market, in view of technological advancements, we are of the conviction that promoting industry-academia linkage is a forward-looking strategy. This way, we will be ensuring that the education and skills training we offer as a science and technology institution will remain relevant, that our research activities and outputs are applicable for practical solutions, and that the economy thrives through innovation and skills development. It is in this respect that we are taking a critical look at the topical issues of academia-industry partnership, for we are convinced that these partnerships, when nurtured, can lead to a symbiotic relationship where both sectors mutually benefit and thrive. In view of the fact that industry is raising concerns these days as to how students are taught, we want to use this summer school to receive valuable feedback from industry with the aim of redesigning our curriculum and teaching methods. Based on the above, we are looking at how our curriculum is delivered to our students, what institutional strategies ought to be adopted, what innovation can be introduced in our style of training, how can industry and academia co-deliver our curriculum, and many other areas. This way, we hope to leverage the several advantages of such a collaboration, including but not limited to bridging the skills gap, enhancing our research and innovation activities, improving our curriculum, creating opportunities for lifelong learning, internships, employment, and ultimately economic development. I therefore urge us all as stakeholders to contribute to the debate and help shape the future of our educational enterprise with the hope of producing graduates that are industry ready. With these words, colleagues, I welcome you all to the 10th Summer School. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Oh, please let's applaud him better as he takes his seat. Thank you so much. You will now agree with me that this is the best program at the right time. And because of that, we want to say thank you to the Vice Chancellor and management for having this program. We want to say thank you to Kwapo. We want to say thank you to the local organizing committee of the KNUST Summer School. Thank you to our sponsors, Angel Group of Companies. Thank you to Lancaster, Kumasi City, and thank you to ASIP Company for having this program become a success. Please put your hands together for all these people. So as I said earlier, our Pro-Vice Chancellor is in our midst and we will take an address from him. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you so very much. It's exciting to see all of you. It's really exciting. Dean Quality Assurance and Planning at the Office of the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vincent Ankama Lombote, our guest speaker, my good friend, whom I refer to as Bishop. I haven't seen you in a while. You're wonderfully presented this morning, senior staff of our noble university. A very good morning to all of us. Good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you as your Pro-Vice Chancellor for and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of this great and noble institution, reputed to be the best destination globally for quality education. Are you still in doubt? As I welcome you all, let me specifically praise and thank our esteemed industrial partners, some of whom are here, and largely our sponsors as well, who have found it necessary to join us at this year's summer school. We very much appreciate your continuous support towards the developmental trajectory of this university as we strive to produce graduates who will meet industrial needs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have been offered yet another opportunity to gather in unity of purpose at the annual summer school of this university, an opportunity that provides a unique platform to deliberate on contemporary issues, not least industry, academia engagement. Over the years, summer schools have presented us with schedules so that we can reflect and re-strategize, rethink, and network to improve our delivery. Distinguished senior staff of this university, ladies and gentlemen, we recall with fond memories the 9th summer school, which took an international dimension under the kind sponsorship and patronage of Clean Africa, which was on Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals that represent a global call to action to end poverty, protect our planet, and to ensure that all people on earth enjoy peace, prosperity, and justice, have 17 interconnected goals that provide a shared blueprint for peace, prosperity of our people and the planet. Following the 9th summer school last year, our university went on to inaugurate 17 groups of SDG champions. These groups were to see to the implementation of deliberate and intentional strategies by this university towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I am convinced that this pragmatic and single most important action of this university has contributed in no small measure to our being adjudged the #1 destination for quality education, SDG 3. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, considering the several challenges confronting various sectors of our economy, we cannot but ensure that this year's summer school is as engaging as ever. And I want you to applaud yourselves for this wonderful patronage and your presence this morning. Let me assure you that the organizing committee has done a great job to ensure that we get exactly that engagement that we so much cherish. Distinguished audience, this year's summer school, centered around the theme, Academia-Industry Partnership for National Development, promises to be a very good one. And it grants us the opportunity to deliberate with our own industry partners to reflect on our role as senior staff, as staff and faculty, to plan as leaders, and more importantly, to encourage and to remind each other that we have a shared goal and we have a shared responsibility. And it is incumbent on us to set the right pace. What is the relevance of this theme as we have it? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us consider the relevance of what we are going to set our minds to and apply ourselves to during this summer school. With the evolving needs of the 21st century, in fact, the 4th Industrial Revolution, it has become imperative for academia to align its research, teaching, and learning approaches with industry expectations. This is aimed at not only fostering collaborative engagement between educational institutions and industrial partners, but is also aimed towards enhancing learning outcomes in industry and to make sure that we have industry-ready graduates and ultimately towards ensuring economic development. It is our shared vision that we will contribute our quota in this area to ensure that academia and business are able to accomplish our shared objectives, promote innovation and creativity to benefit all parties. I am aware that we shall spend a considerable amount of time delving into this theme. However, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to share a few of the benefits if we apply ourselves to this week that will definitely help us in terms of our engagement with industry. The following are only a few key areas that we believe will benefit us. The first is joint curriculum development. The second is research and development. Third is talent hunt and talent pipeline and practical hands-on experience for both staff and students. Fourth is knowledge transfer. And fifth, not the least, is commercialization of research. And the fourth and fifth particularly concern us as senior staff. And this is only to mention a few. Ladies and gentlemen, even though we have always engaged industry for their input in many ways, especially in curriculum development, mandatory industrial and vocational attachments, this year's summer school offers us an opportunity to deepen this engagement and to reap the benefits mentioned earlier and even more. So what is the way forward? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, cherished partners and industry players, so how do we proceed? Indeed, establishing an effective and efficient alliance between academia and business is critical for promoting economic growth towards national development. This will foster innovation and help solve the practical and teething problems of this country. Identify a common goal and objective for this platform that will ensure that we put in place the processes and the strategies that will help us. What are some of the areas that we can collaborate in? The first is for us to be able to have a shared vision and to identify some of the common goals and objectives that we do have. We must continue to work very hard at identifying the shared objectives and interests of academia and academic institutions, as well as our business partners. So, for example, what specific issues or problems can the two parties jointly solve? The second is to cultivate relationships. And I'm aware that some of you will spend a considerable amount of time working in industry and supporting them in many ways. This is how we cultivate relationships. We must encourage the development of enduring partnerships between research and business leaders. Building trust and understanding each other's perspective is essential for collaborative success. Third, secure funding and resources together. We must seek funding from government grants and other industry partners, philanthropic sources, to support collaborative research in a bid to answer some of the scarcity that bedevil us as far as our resources are concerned. Fourth, share what we know, disseminate findings. To maximize the impact of both collaborations between industry and academia, we must take and make a conscious effort to disseminate the findings from our research and share with them what we know. These findings and breakthroughs and the conclusions of our research and their various outcomes will help in tweaking some of the state-of-the-art facilities that they have, and will also set the agenda that helps us to be able to foster towards our common goal. Let me conclude, my dear senior staff, industry players, and friends who are here. Our teaching and learning processes must have the objective of being fit for purpose. Our staff, our students must be fit for purpose. They must be industry ready, and we must be industry ready. We must see from the perspective of the industry, and the industry must see from the perspective of academia. It is my hope that after this year's summer school, the various units, departments of our great institution within the colleges will become more poised than ever to enhance the readiness of our graduates for industry, reduce the perceived gaps between academia and industry, between knowledge gained and practical applications, while fostering a stronger collaborative between our university and industry. Academic institutions and businesses can effectively collaborate with one another to promote innovation, creativity, find solutions to our challenging problems, and advance knowledge for societal good by putting these concepts into solving practical problems. And I mean practical problems. I would like to, at this juncture, thank the organizing committee, ably led by Professor Datsun Awunyo Vito. Is he here? Datsun? Professor Awunyo Vito. A round of applause for him for a great job done in putting this beautiful program together. We are most grateful to you and your team and all the resource persons who are here for making time to share their thoughts with us and to enrich this year's summer school. We deeply appreciate the Dean, Quality Assurance and Planning at the Office of the Vice Chancellor, the most indefatigable Dean, Professor Jerry John Ponyo, and your team, Provosts of Colleges, and every single one of you for demonstrating leadership, commitment, and dedication towards this year's summer school. Aiko to all of you. Thank you very much. Let me end by entreating all of us to appreciate the fact that we cannot win if we move in isolation. I want to make the point that we must see from the eye of the industry, and industry must see from the eye of academia. Let us move with this African philosophical quote: I am because you are, and since we are, therefore I am. End of quote. Surely we will win in this pathway. On behalf of the management of this great institution, I welcome you all once again, and officially I want to declare and re-emphasize the declaration which was made by the Vice Chancellor yesterday that the 10th Summer School 2023 is duly open. I wish us all a fully engaged week and trust that at the end of the day, this will be a wonderful experience for all of us. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Provis. Please, let's do it better. Oh. Thank you. Please, a few announcements. All technicians, please move to the Bwedi Enclave for the rest of your presentations. The buses are available. All technicians who are here, please move to the Bwedi Enclave, as well as the basic school. Those who are here from the basic school, please get back to the basic school for the rest of your presentations. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We are grateful to have you here. We'll give them some time to go, and then we can continue with our program. Thank you. Right, so we want to take some pictures. I would invite the Pro VC and Dean of Kwapu and our distinguished invited guests. Please join us. Right. So please join us so that we can take some photos to remind us of the 10th KNUST Summer School. Thank you so much. Our Pro Vice Chancellor and the Dean of Kwapo will be taking their leave. Thank you so much for coming this morning. We are grateful to have you in our midst. Thank you. Please put your hands together for them as they take their leave. I don't know how else I can convince you that KNUST provides the best and gives us the best. I thought you would clap. So we are grateful to you, management. We are grateful to you all for having this program come on. So we'll quickly continue. Our presentation will be given by Dr. Emmanuel O. Ajenim Boateng. I want to say something small about Dr. Emmanuel Ohiniba Ajenim Boateng. He is a professional human resource practitioner and a university administrator and teacher. He holds a PhD in human resource management and a postgraduate diploma in research methods from the University of Bradford in the United Kingdom. In addition, he holds an MPhil in educational administration and a BA honors in education, and also from the University of Cape Coast, Ghana. Dr. Emmanuel Ohiniba Ajenim Boateng also holds a diploma in marketing, higher stage certificate in economics and commerce finance, as well as a teacher's certificate A. Dr. Ajenim Boateng settled on a career in economic and educational administration. As a professional human resource practitioner and university administrator, Dr. Ajenim Boateng has over 26 years of work experience. Oh, I thought you clap. That's a lot. It shows you are bringing the experience and the best people here. Yes. So he worked at the University of Cape Coast from 1997 to 2012. He also served as a deputy registrar, human resource. So he understands our language. I thought you would clap again. You need to give him some form of encouragement to come and teach us the best. So he served as a deputy registrar, human resource at the University of Education, Winneba, Kumasi campus. And he is currently with the Presbyterian University College, Ghana, as a deputy registrar. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Emmanuel Ohiniba Ajenim Boateng to give us a presentation on the role of senior staff in promoting academia, industry, collaboration. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you to our online participants. We are grateful that you are here with us this morning.
But this is not. Oh, why is it not going? Ah, okay, it's going. But it's not moving. Okay. Then I would have loved to, because I have to be on. No, I'll be okay. I don't think so. You put it down. Simple. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I will stand on the protocol that has been established already. Sometimes when so much is said of you, then you become something, because so much will be expected from you. But I thank you. I just want to make a few corrections. I'm currently now with Presby University, and it's not Presby University College. It's now Presby University Ghana. It's a full university. But I just hesitated as the acting registrar. I'm now on my own, resting small, practicing small. Thank you. Now the topic that has been given to us is the role of the senior staff in promoting academia, industry, collaboration, or partnership. Now we want to quickly look at a brief introduction. Then we'll look at our role as senior staff. Where do we come in? Now, if we are going to play those roles, what are some of the qualities that we need to develop in order to be successful? And then we conclude with that. Now, as the Pro-Vice Chancellor and the Dean of Quality Assurance said, the academia-industry relationship has been with us for some time now. It's not a new thing. In fact, it's been over a century. But it has gained prominence these days because of the realization that if the industry and academia collaborates effectively, it will lead to national development. And therefore now, there's a lot of pressure on universities to collaborate more and more effectively with industry. Now, when we talk of academia-industry relations, what is it? Simply put, it is the kind of interaction that go on between the universities and industry. And it is not a one-way kind of relationship. And therefore, it benefits the two parties in terms of knowledge transfer, in terms of expertise and technology transfer, and in terms of creating new avenues for research. Now, we also say that it is a key driver for innovation and economic growth. And because of that, it enables the universities to leverage their expertise. The university is made up of professionals, researchers, who have a lot of expertise. How do we transfer these to the industry for the industry to benefit out of that? It also gives the industry access to cutting-edge research results, which leads to development of new products and services. And therefore, it's very, very important for us to take a critical look at this. And as senior staff, we need to look at what can we do. Because normally when we talk of academia-industry relations, the perception that, oh, it's just between the lecturers or the researchers and industry players. But we have a critical role to play. And therefore, we want to look at it seriously. Now, among other things, there's pressure on the university to engage more with the industry. There's pressure on the universities to become more entrepreneurial and engage effectively in the productive sectors of the economy. Gone are the days where universities were regarded as the ivory towers. In fact, universities used to be an enclosed environment. I remember growing up, if you were to enter KNUST, when you move one step, you should be looking left and right, because it's a no-go area. But we've come to a time that now the university will have to move to the marketplace. So there's more pressure. Like the Pro-Vice Chancellor said, there's pressure on the universities to conduct research that are more relevant to industry. Now we need to be conducting action research more than the basic research, so that industry will benefit. Now, universities are being called upon to move away from that mission or goal of producing only manpower for the economy, but now to become active players in the economic development of the country. And that's very, very important. In addition, universities are being called upon to produce technical assistance to the local industries. We want to be felt there. So there's no more stand alone. Universities are being encouraged to go there. And we are also being encouraged to educate well-trained professionals, people who are fit for purpose. Pro-Vice Chancellor made a statement that now industry players are complaining. Our students go there and they are not able to perform as they should. this is one of the reasons why we need to interact with the industry. Now, if this is going to be very, very successful, then we as senior staff, we have a critical role to play. And that is what we want to look at. What do we do? Our role in this industry collaboration, academia industry collaboration, revolves around certain things. One, it revolves around ourselves as senior staff and the kind of job we do. It revolves around the relationship that we have with the people that we are working with. And here we are talking about the senior members, and both academic and non-academic. It revolves about the target that the lecturers, the researchers, and administrators have to meet. It also revolves around the kind of meetings that go on, as well as communication that go on. So we are saying that we should not look at ourselves as mere senior staff. Senior staff of universities, including Kwame Nkrumah, KNUST, and I hear the home of what? Oh, Pro-Vice Chancellor referred to something. Destination of quality education. Okay, I'm from UCC, so you know what I can say. But I will not say it for you to beat me here. But you see, for us to actually maintain that kind of status, we need to understand that we are experienced professionals. Each one of us here is a professional in his own right. And we do support the lecturers and senior management in ensuring that they are able to achieve their goal. What I'm trying to say here is that without us, most of the things that are being done in the university will not be done. The researches, groundbreaking researches that are going on, without our support, it won't happen. And therefore, we do a lot of things that support this kind of activity. Among our responsibilities include managing the office operations, scheduling appointments, planning meetings, supporting research and laboratory activities, and providing general assistance in a fast-paced environment. The university is no more standing alone. It is moving very, very fast. And we need to support this kind of movement if we can still maintain our thing. Now, I want us to look at our roles along these lines. One, we want to look at our administrative role in supporting academia industry relations. Then we'll be looking at our technical roles, we'll be looking at our research, and then financial as well as teaching. I put the teaching in quote because I don't want us to get in trouble with our senior members teaching. Okay. Now, when we come to our administrative role, we need to understand that the academia industry relations take so many different forms. And these include employment of graduates that we produce by companies and industries. It also includes the conferences and other events that are organized and sometimes supported or sponsored by industry. And I think this 10th summer school is a critical example that we have sponsors from industry. Now, the part of the collaboration is joint publication. And sometimes we have informal meetings and conversation around what we do. It also includes training of company members, people from the industry. And sometimes it also includes movement of lecturers or researchers into the industry. Now, you agree with me that in all these activities, we cannot say we are not involved. We are part and parcel of it. What do we do to ensure that these activities succeed? One, we assist senior members and top executives with their daily work. Like I made mention of it. Now, if people are going to do research and they have to do some preparatory work, we will have to put it into motion. The ideas should be created, but we will operationalize the ideas. Now, we arrange meetings, and sometimes some of us attend those meetings and take detailed notes. And that's why I refer to us as experienced group of professionals. Now, we perform travel arrangements. If people are to move into VACO or any other industry, they will not just go by themselves. It's our responsibility to organize those kind of things. And sometimes we organize appointments with the public or the industry people. Now, there are others that we can do, or we have been doing. We review and organize regular correspondence, reports that are coming from industry, and the reports that have to go. We also review office policies, and these include those policies and regulations that border on academia-industry relationship. And sometimes we stand in for our senior members and meet people from the industry. So these are the things that we have to do administratively if the industry-academia relationship is going to be very successful. Now, having done that, another area is the technical aspect. Most of us provide technical support for the academia-industry relationship to be successful. There are some of us who have been operating and maintaining the labs where researches take place. There are some of us who provide support services in the use of automated systems. Those gadgets that are used in the laboratories, that are used in interpreting the data, we command those kind of things, and we do it. Some of us are involved in repair of equipment. We repair and maintain the equipment. Now, we are doing all these things so that the senior members can now operate. And that is what we are saying, that we have a role. If we fail to provide that kind of technical support, my brother, your thing is not working. If we fail to provide that kind of support, then the relationship is going to suffer one way or the other. And sometimes we act as liaison officers between the academia and industry. The Pro-Vice-Chancellor made a statement that he is aware that some of us spend our time in the industry, supporting the industry one way or the other. Therefore, that's what we do as senior staff. And these go to support or promote the academia-industry relationship. We also have a role to play in research. And you are aware that one of the key elements of the relationship is research. And without us, most of the researches that have been done wouldn't have been successful. What do? There are some of us who sit in the libraries, in the laboratories, in our offices, preparing interview questions. Sometimes what we call the questionnaire. We develop the questionnaire, and sometimes we take the questionnaire to the field to gather data. And when we get the data, we come to analyze the data before the researchers can make any meaningful statement on those kind of things. Now, in researches, especially those that are conducted in the laboratories, we use equipment. And most of our senior members don't have the time and sometimes the knowledge to handle these. It is our responsibility to do that. And sometimes we also analyze the data and summarize the results. It is then that our senior members will take it over and then begin to write the report of it. In addition to that, as part of our research responsibility or role, we do fact-checking and proofreading of manuscripts. After the lecturer has written the report, some of us have that responsibility. It is handed over to us to check whether it goes with the data that we collected, and then do some kind of proofreading to dot the I's and cross the T's. And it is our responsibility to generate graphs, sometimes a spreadsheet. Without these things, the lecturers or the researchers cannot make any meaningful deductions from the data. Now you also come to realize that we have a role to play when it comes to financial issues. The industry-academia relationship, it also involves financing. Now, if an organization is supporting any research activity or any innovative activity, money will be given. And that money must be accounted for. Who handles that? We are the people. So what do we do here? We are involved in preparation of financial reports for every project that is done. We have a responsibility of doing that. And sometimes we are involved in the proposal preparation, both technical and financial proposals that are submitted. We do that. And sometimes some of us have the privilege of even doing presentation to industry. After you have done the proposal, you go to industry to present to them. And in addition, we work with both internal and external sources to ensure that whatever financial results that are going out from the university is correct. In addition, we support the implementation and maintenance of appropriate financial controls. And finally, we support our senior members in the finance unit or section or office or whatever you call it in the way they perform the assignments. Here you call it the finance officer. The finance officer will not be able to provide his final financial statement without input from us. We will have to gather the data, we need to analyze the data, and we need to do the report before it is taken up for that. So you see that as senior staff, we have a critical role to play. And one thing I want us to learn, and I'll take away from this particular interaction, is that don't ever underestimate yourself. And get the understanding that you have a critical role to play if the university as a whole is to achieve its objectives. Sometimes we are the ladder that the technicians use to the top. There's a problem at the top there. But before the technician gets up there, he needs a ladder. Until the ladder is provided, that problem will be there. And that is the role we play. The senior members, both teaching and non-teaching, sometimes they have the ability to solve the problems. But we need to put them at certain points before they can begin to solve the problem. Now the next role is teaching. And here too, you see that as part of the collaboration, sometimes some industry players are invited onto campus and they are taken through some processes. And we have a critical role to play. What do we do? We provide support for course instructors. I put the teaching in code because by the university's regulations, we are not supposed to stand before students and be teaching. That's why I put it in code. But we play a critical role in there. Now we do assist faculty in the classroom, providing instruction, providing records, and supporting the assignment. I had a privilege of working I started as a senior staff and grew up to the top. And I acted as a teaching assistant. And sometimes the lecturer is going to teach something, and you have to go to the library and gather the information. That is what we do. And that's the kind of support I'm talking about. And sometimes some of us have the privilege of leading discussions. We meet both students and industry players on issues that are very critical for the development of the academia-industry relationship. And sometimes, some of us, and I put in quote, we deliver lectures. Now, if you look at these things that we have listed, somebody is telling me that you didn't enter my department. So these and other things, other roles that we play. The question is, how do we position ourselves as senior staff in order to be able to perform these functions credibly? So we want to look at some qualities that we need to develop in order to be able to perform the functions or the roles that we have listed. And the first skill or quality that we need to develop as senior staff is to have pleasant manners. Now we are dealing with people who are outside the university. And the kind of the way we present ourselves to them is not a reflection of ourselves only, but a reflection of the university. If industry people come here for, say, conference, and some of us misconduct ourselves, the impression they go out with is that KNUST-TEK, just me misconducting myself and the university that kind of tag. And therefore, if you want to promote the relationship, one, we need to be friendly. We need to be pleasant. And here we are saying both in speech, in dress, and behavior. The way you meet visitors and talk to them, the way you carry yourself, it should present to the outside world that you have pleasant manners. Then the second thing we need to develop is tact and diplomacy. We need to ensure that as much as possible, we will not offend visitors or the colleagues that we work with. And if you are going to be able to do that, it means we need to be able to distinguish between what is official and what is not official. When we are giving official information, we need to know how to present it. We should avoid passing on trivial issues to our bosses. Sometimes, especially those of us who work in the offices. You have attended a meeting with other assistant registrar or senior assistant registrar as a recorder. Then after the meeting, you dump your nose on the assistant registrar. What are you doing? You are passing your work onto him. After the meeting, you are expected to make a meaning out of your notes before giving it to the assistant registrar for him to prepare his minutes. So the point we are making here is that we need to be tactful and we need to be diplomatic in the way we do our things. Then number 3, we need to work with speed and efficiency. As much as possible, look at the work that has been given to you. Even though you have not been given time that finish it within 5 minutes, but in your own estimation, work in a way that will be able to finish it at the right time. So you should determine the kind of speed that work will demand. And we are also saying be efficient. Efficiency to me simply means using limited resources in achieving your objectives. It is not only about typing the script for me, but making sure that when you type the script for me, the corrections will not be that many. There are people that for one piece of work, it will go up and forth 5 times. At the end of the day, you tell me the work has been done. Yes, but you have wasted a lot of resources. We need to be sure that we don't do this. Then, we need to develop our knowledge. And here, I mostly tell people, continue to be a student. Whatever assignment that has been given to you, besides what the schedule tells you, do a lot of research and reading about it, and try to acquire every knowledge necessary for you to perform that work. And it therefore means that as senior staff, we need to be conversant with the university's activities and how each of the activities is performed, especially those that fall within your area. If you are not able to do that, we will not be able to support the university to keep the status that it has attained at this particular point in time. Then number 5, we are saying that we need to be disciplined. As much as possible, let us avoid intruders in our offices and our workplace. There are some of us, when we come to the office, in the first place, we will come late. Then when we come, we will take 5 minutes to pray. After praying, we go around our colleagues to greet them. And each of them, we tell them what happened yesterday. So by the time the person settles to work, he has spent almost 1 hour or 30 minutes. Please, wasting university's time is very, very dangerous. Especially those of us who call ourselves Christians. The Bible says that all sins that are confessed will be what? Forgiven by God. But you see, when you waste university's 30 minutes, in effect, you have stolen university's 30 minutes. I don't know how many of us that every day after work, when we are praying and confessing sins that we committed, we remember to say, God, I stole university's time. So that kind of unconfessed sin will be carried forward. As much as possible, let us be disciplined the way we do our things. We are saying that another important thing we must develop, and here I'm saying develop because it will not come just by the press of the button. You need to put in conscious effort. You need to decide that I'm going to do it. And that is punctuality and regularity in attendance. Punctuality means that the work starts at 8 o'clock. It does not mean that 8 o'clock you should be entering the office. What it means is that 8 o'clock you should be at your desk working. That's what it means. Sometimes you go out for break. 1 hour. You spend the whole 1 hour out before you move in. You are not being punctual. And then the regularity, there are some of us who practice buy one, get one free. You know that? There are some promotions. You go to the shop, then they put there, buy one, get one free. So if it is this item, you buy one and they give you one in addition. Now when I come to the work, I come to work on Monday, I take Tuesday off, and then I'll come on Wednesday. So you buy one from the university on Monday, you take Tuesday off. That will not help us. We need to make conscious effort that we will come every day, we will come on time, and to work too. Then number 7, we are saying that be positive, inquisitive. Positively inquisitive. I think when we say somebody is inquisitive, it means it's not good. But I'm adding positive to it. Deliberate, be deliberate. And here it talks about the things that you are doing, the work environment. There are certain things that you don't understand. Make conscious effort to understand. Ask questions. Say, how do we do this? I'm finding problem in this way. How do I go? Oh, yesterday I heard you and so discussing this particular issue. Can you support me? That is being positive and at the same time being inquisitive. Then we are also saying that as much as possible, we need to be obedient and respectful. We need to abide by university's rules and regulations. We need to respect the rules and regulations of the university. And we can only do that when we understand, or when we know and understand the rules. And that is why I said, continue to be a student. Don't tell yourself, as for me, I am in the academic. As for me, I'm in the laboratory. I am in the library. So it's only library rules and regulations that I will study. No. You are a professional. And professional means you need to cut across. Build your knowledge in those areas. Then as much as possible, develop the ability to remember issues and situations. The work that we are doing. Sometimes some problems come. We can only resolve those problems when we are able to remember what happened that day. And therefore I'm saying that when people come to your workplace, either your offices, your laboratory, or wherever you are, take good notice of them. And whatever transpires, take note of it. So that if you are in trouble tomorrow, you remember, oh, yesterday this thing happened. It is this man who came here. And after he has left, I could not see the file. Then you can move around and find out. You don't go and tell your registrar, I don't know how the file left the office. That's not good of us. Then number 10, we are saying that be vigilant and observant. And sometimes here, I go to the security people. When I'm interviewing a security man, this one particular skill I want to look at. So sometimes in the process, I'll tell you, turn to the door. Then you turn back. Or I say, close your eyes. Then you close. Now ask you, how many people are here? How many are women? And how many are men? How many are wearing black tops? I expect you to be able to tell me. Because as a security man, you are supposed to protect life and property. And you can only do that when you are very observant. And it's for all of us. The work that we do, we need to be vigilant. Else, you break the university rule. Then finally, I'm saying that we must have the ability to manage our time effectively. Those of us from principal to chief, you have multiple of tasks to perform. And if you don't manage your time effectively, you always be leaving work behind. And as you leave the work pile up, You are slowing down the researcher. You are slowing down the senior assistant registrar who will have to write his report. So the point we are making here is that as senior staff, we have a critical role to play if the university is actually going to improve upon the relationship between the university and the industry. And if collectively and individually you take notice of those, especially the qualities that we need to develop, and put into practice those qualities, then at the end of the day, the university is going to have a very fruitful collaboration with the industry. And it will help KNUST not only to maintain the status as the destination for quality education, but also to contribute effectively to the economic and social development of Ghana. Thank you very much.
Please, let's do it better for him. We have just learned that in order to play our roles well as senior staff, to strengthen academia industry relations, we need to develop some qualities. And thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel Ohiniba-Jenim-Boateng, for throwing more light on that. We are grateful. We know that the time we finish the summer school, we'll be poised to work hard, to play our roles, to develop academia and industry, all for national development. God bless you once again for this powerful presentations. Please, let's do it better for him. Please, let's clap again for him. Thank you. I'd want to please invite Dr. Phyllis Aboni Henriks from the Sankofa UG. She's the founder of Sankofa UG, to give us a brief word. The chairman of the summer school asked me to let her do this short presentation. Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you. So, the secret is just 2 minutes. I don't know why, but from Europe across to Africa, wherever I am, they give me 2 minutes. But Europe and Africa and the globe has a problem which I have the keys and the solutions. Everything that we are here discussing, the answers are so simple. As a university, you have products. So talking to you as senior lecturers, whatever you lecture, at the end of the day, each department has products. If it is engineering, you come up with a product. If it is agriculture, you come up with a product. If it is herbal medicine pharmacy, you come up with a product. Where do you sell your product? I have the way for you. And ever since globalization was called in, I have been running like a butterfly, and I can fall down in tears simply because of the way you allow yourselves to be treated. Because we don't get it. Because we don't know what they've planned behind closed doors. And as a mother, to stand in Germany this morning and see 5,000 African children dumping at Lampedusa and again dying, you ask the question, what is the problem? I was just having a chat with Dr. Amaglo, and I heard of this program. I sat in the airplane to come here for your sake. Thank you very much. If we should describe Africa on the global market, Africa is in cancer stage 3. We need to run. We need to gallop. We are already too late. And our children are dying every day, every single day. I was so happy yesterday to be here to meet the decision makers of this nation. And if you saw me running around between chairs begging, I just want to give you the keys. The global market is ready for you. But it's going to take the decision makers to agree with some of us. I call myself the odd one. If I should have a surname, it's called the missing link. Simply because I am never accepted. Neither am I involved. So sometimes I ask the question, do we just love the art of standing to give wonderful preachings to get the honor? Or we really want to get a solution? That's the question. What do we want? Those who want the solution, I want to see your hands up. Those who want the preaching, I want to see your hands up. We've gotten to a global world. You are at the Olympia game, competing with Germany, competing with Europe, competing with America, and China has put you as desserts on their dining table. I am the woman who stands to defend among the multitudes when your universities come up there. And broad daylight, they put it there. Africa is the only continent with 60% agricultural land. Go and take it. And when my adrenaline jumps, and in the winter cold day, sweat envelop my body. I come here, 2 minutes. Thank you. My name is the odd one. My name is the missing link. The missing link is the global African activist. I am the odd one. I am the child who was born a farmer. And if you got closer to me, I will teach you how medicine originates from the farm to the pharmacy, and that is your product. And until we understand that the farming activity activates engineering, and engineering activates entrepreneurship, and it goes on and on and on. Are we talking it's only academia when you don't know how it works on the farm? If you go with me now, I will teach you how the neem tree can make you earn 10,000 cedis in 2 weeks. So, tell me the university qualification you had, that you beat yourself on the street as a prostitute to get your daily bread. That is my 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is also an opportunity to network, and so please see her after this so she can teach us how to go about making money with neem tree. Is that it? Neem tree in 2 weeks. Is that what you said? In 2 weeks. Yes, we need the extra money too. Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Aboni Henriks. And so we'll quickly take our second presentation, but before then, our technicians who are still here, the buses are available, they are ready, they are waiting for you to send you to the Boedi Medical Enclave. So please meet them outside, and so you can go there for your presentation and continuation of the program. So our second presentation will be given by our own Dr. Vincent Ankama-Lomute. But before he comes, those who do not know him, Dr. Vincent Enum Ankama-Lomute is an expert in curriculum development, science, communication, research uptake, and utilization, and has over 20 years of experience in higher education management. Oh, I thought you clapped. Thank you. He joined KNUST as an assistant registrar in July 1998 and rose through the ranks to the position of deputy registrar. He served as a deputy registrar, general administration, academic and student affairs, university relations, the college registrar for engineering, and the College of Science at different times in his career. In addition to his administrative responsibilities, he was also a part-time lecturer in integrated science at the Institute of Educational Studies, KNUST. He is presently the registrar for CK Tidam University of Technology and Applied Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how else we can applaud this man to come and share his experiences with us. But please help me invite Dr. Vincent Enum and Kamalomote to give us a presentation on mentoring and succession planning. Oh, please let's do it better for him.
Thank you, granddaughter. Oh, I almost said praise the Lord, but Munjisumanuai. That's what I'm used to do. When I stand before pulpits, it is the praise the Lord that comes first. So good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, all our resource persons, management of KNUST, admin assistants, senior admin assistants, principal admin assistant, chief admin assistant, technicians, everybody else here, I say good morning once again. I welcome myself to where I belong. I don't stand on existing protocols. I don't do that. Once upon a time, somebody went and instead of saying Osajifo said Ojifosa. And then you will come and say that standing on existing protocols, that means you also said Ojifosa. So that is my way of getting you into my presentation. Your light, then please let me use my own because I'll be pointing things. So, all right, it's okay. Let's not waste time. But good. I was going to ask, academia-industry partnership. What does it mean? What does it mean? Academia-industry partnership. What does it mean? Any volunteer here? Me, I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher, classroom teacher. That's what I do for a living. Anybody who volunteer? Okay, I'll give you 5 CDs. What does it mean? Academia-industry partnership. What is the meaning of this big English? You are overqualified. Yes. Academia-industry partnership. Oh, yes, please. Can we give him a microphone? He wants my 5 CDs. Let me remove it.
Please, I understand academia-industry partnership to be a collaboration between academia where we are trained and the industry where we finally end up working. So we have a joint collaboration for the national development.
Thank you. I was going to double it, but because I was not satisfied, for making the efforts, I will give you what I promised. Oh. Thank you very much. Once upon a time, I stood here and mentioned 3,500 names of people graduating. Then one professor came and said, you did so well. How you could mention the Ghanaian names? I said, no. Some of them I mentioned it wrongly, but I mentioned it wrongly confidently. All right? Yes, so we're talking about institutions like this, schools of higher learning, okay? Higher education, okay? Institutions like this. How are they working with those on the field of work? How are they teaming up together so that when I come to school, and I leave the four walls of the institution or the university, and I'm going to work, will I be able to fit in because of that kind of partnership? This simple thing, you come and write this long English. All right, so we are looking at mentoring and succession planning. That's what we are going to discuss. All right, and a good teacher will speak 50%, and the students will speak 50%. If I see that you are not speaking your 50%, I will speak till we close. But that's a boring lecture. Okay? So class stand. Class stand. Sit. Please stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll look at what mentoring is. What is mentoring? And what is succession planning? We'll look at the types of mentoring. We'll look at the forms of mentoring. We'll also look at the benefits. And then we join the two and then see how we conclude. Let me make this statement, and I'll make it again later on. If you feel too big to learn from somebody, please remember that you are also too small to teach anybody anything. If you feel I am Oga, so nobody tells me anything, then please remember you are not the Oga. There's somebody always better than you. Now, so mentoring simply goes beyond, like, you are looking at somebody, oh, this is my role model. The way she came and rattled Brofo nicely here and took our mind to Sankofa. If you have forgotten something, go back and pick it. Our traditions that we have thrown away, now we are eating fried rice and chicken and all those things. I don't know where they came from. Me, I eat dawa dawa. Some of you cannot prepare bunebunu. I didn't say that. So you look at people, you want to be like them. That's not what we are talking about. You look at people, you want to be like them, but you go to them and learn how they became what they are. That is mentoring. So not until we begin to talk, not until we begin to relate closely together, not until we begin to learn from each other. You know, when they say somebody is your mentor, it doesn't mean that the person is better than you. It's not always the case. We'll come to the types. Okay? Now, if you want to develop your academic, your administrative skills, you want to build up your administrative know-how, you need to be mentored. Okay? So it's a tool that we use for professional development. This one is what we call continuous professional development. It's free of charge. The universities don't pay money if they engage in mentorship. But it demands, you must make an effort. Both the mentor and the mentees, you need to put an effort into it. Okay? You make an effort. You prepare for it. You plan for it. And you execute the planning. So you formalize the system for everybody. And then you look at those who are more senior, and then ask them to look at those who are less experienced and provide guidance for them. You target every category of staff. Everybody is involved. Everybody should be involved in this kind of scheme. Let me pause and say that when I joined KNUST, I was taken to HR. Okay? Those days, it was not called HR. It has a beautiful name. HR is a modern name. And I learned from an admin assistant. My mentor was a chief admin assistant when I was an assistant registrar. I learned from her. I was posted to the Faculty of Agriculture. I learned the workings of the university and indeed the language of the university from a messenger. And I picked a lot of my administrative skills from another chief admin assistant. Meanwhile, they call me boss. There's a lesson for us to learn here. And let me repeat that if you are too big to be mentored, you are too little to mentor anybody. So mentorship in an institution provides avenue for continuity, and that is the other word, succession planning. Okay, continuity, so that when I am gone, there must be somebody who acts like me, somebody who works like me, somebody who behaves like me. So when I exit, somebody steps in, and because of the person's association with me, he or she will be doing the things that I used to do the very same way. So there are no gaps. And so when you leave, and then they cannot find certain documents and they don't know how to take certain decisions, it is because you took away what we call the institutional memory. In this university, it's not everything that people write down. It's not everything that people write down. They keep it in their head. If they don't pass it on, they exit with it. And that is why a lot of our great-grandparents have passed on, and then we are now depending so much on orthodox medicine, for which every one of them have a side effect. If you are coughing and they say, "Kori kakadro ne wentia," what is the side effect? Kakadro is ginger, is hot. Wentia a bit bitter, but you chew the two. It is food anyway. So what is the side effect of eating rice? But all these things have gone because nobody passed it on. That is the essence of what we are doing. We are saying that in the university, learn from somebody, associate with somebody, and pick some memories. How are things done? So if you wake me up early morning and say, "How do you organize graduation ceremony?" I can tell you from planning to execution without referring to any book. Because when you learn things practically, it is easier to remember than when you go and read from textbook. These things I'm saying, a lot of it is from my head. These things on the board are from a book. And indeed, this tells you the essence of mentorship. This information is from one of my mentees. But the experience that I share is not in the book. And that mentee I'm talking about is a senior assistant registrar. But I picked this from what she wrote. The results being growth and development. Where there's no mentorship, everything will stagnate. There will be no growth. So let's work consciously towards it. Let's work consciously towards it. And you would realize that as we pass on, I went on retirement. Sechiwa, when did I go on retirement? Is it 2020? I think so, yes. Or you think I'm still part of you? 2020. All right? But there are people I know are doing some of the things I used to do, and they are doing it very well. In fact, they can't do it better than me. Because the manufacturer's secret is still with me. Hallelujah. No, there are certain jobs that you do with grace, okay? That one, it is divine. God gives. All right? God gives. God gives you that ability to do it. So, yes, people will learn from you. You will mentor people, but they will not become better than you. They will be as equally good as you, but they can't be better. Because that grace to do those things, they don't have. They can academically progress above you, but when it comes to doing things on the ground, they can't be better. But by all means, please come under somebody. Choose somebody you want to learn from. And so that by the time the person is leaving, the person will have a legacy. Okay, the person will have a legacy. If you don't train anybody and you leave the university, you would have done us a lot of disservice. If you don't pass on your wisdom, if you don't pass on some of your skills, and you retire from here, that is a lot of disservice to the university. So please leave a legacy by passing on what you know to somebody else. So these are the forms. This one, you will find it in books. So no emphasis here. You spend brief periods with people, okay? But this time, no quality time, flash. Like you don't have credit, you flash, the person will call you back. Ping. Some people are so very good at doing that thing, though. You can't pick their call. But it's not quality. You don't spend quality time. It's just a brief moment and then you are gone. And then when you have one mentor watching over several mentees, we call it group, and then peer amongst yourself, admin assistant, senior admin assistant, PAA, CAA. I mean, amongst yourselves, okay? So that's kind of mentoring. You are sharing knowledge. Don't let anybody formalize these things for you. Choose your associations and then begin to share knowledge, share ideas. Walk into each other's office. When the files are not confidential, they used to call it float files. Those ones are meant for everybody. When they are not confidential, sit in each other's office and read back to back. And then you know how things are done. If a student is caught cheating an examination, what do? Will somebody want to try? You catch a student. He has written things on handkerchief. And you see that the thing is related to the exam. What will you do? You are the invigilator. What will you do? You are the invigilator. You report today. Thank you very much. That's a good one, but that's just the beginning. So these are procedural things. Procedural, it is there. You need to know it. But when you don't visit each other, she is in the exams office and you are at development office. What have the two got to do in common? So much in common. The same university. We all want to partner industry. We are training a group of students to go into the world of work and be able to fit in. And so what do? So you need to know all these things. Visit each other, read the files back to back, and you will learn. That is peer mentoring. Then reverse mentoring, in my case, I was mentored by a messenger and 2 chief admin assistants. If you've been here long enough, when I mention the names, you will know. And there's one man we call the institutional repository. He was also a chief admin assistant. He's called Mr. Lawrence Yakumbo. You remember him? He knows everything about the university. Everything. In fact, if I had my own way, he would have provided orientation for the vice chancellors and registrars. Because he knew the university at his fingertips. And his English is impeccably correct. If you come, because you are a senior member, you won't respect him, trust me, you will learn nothing. That is reverse mentoring. So those of you down a bit, and you think that this senior, what he's doing is wrong, I beg, talk them. Situational mentoring, short term, this one there's a problem. So there's a special attention needed somewhere, you can do it. No quality time, you do it, finish, you leave. Tell the person, do ABC, you are gone. Situational. Supervisory is the kind of things we have now. So the chief admin assistant has a lot of admin assistants under him or her, and so you are overseeing their work. That one comes in our normal day-to-day working. So there's a SAR above you in your office. He or she is watching over you. That is supervisory. Then the team one, 2 or more mentors working together with one mentee. Then the COVID type of mentoring, COVID. E-mentoring. Okay, there are so many, and I'm saying that these ones you can read. Let's share the experiences. Those ones, they are not in the literature. Those ones we can share. So, when it comes to pairing, who do you pair with as your mentor? Okay, sometimes they will do it at the top and then bring it down to you. That's for you, this is your mentor. For you, these are your mentees. Okay? So you can have a professional and non-professional paired together. You can have seniors or other experienced ones pairing together. You can have peers, like I have said, pairing together. Then you can have the reverse one again, where juniors are mentoring. And in fact, this one, I've seen some before. And I shared my experience with you. But it's very important in the university system. If I have been an admin assistant in the university for 20 years, and you have been at the academic session for a certain number of years, and then you are made a pro-vice chancellor, trust me, I know administration more than you. But we don't see this happening in practice. This once happens when you yourself deliberately decide that I think that this, my junior colleague, knows much about the university system. Let me go to him or her. So the reverse mentoring depends on you as an individual. Because in the university system, they say that juniors cannot teach seniors. Is that not what we do? So when you have a professor in a department, they will not appoint a senior lecturer as head of department. No. Until there's no professor. Then they will say that next level, senior lecturers. So in the university system, you hardly see the reverse one. But that one depends on you. Please, please, please. There are people, we may be above them, but they know more than we do. They know more than we do. I mean, tactfully associate with such people. Tactfully, okay? So there's roasted plantain at the commercial area. You see somebody you think knows so much. He or she is going to buy roasted plantain. Oh, Charlie, let me pay. What she kakra. Then you pay. And then the relationship begins. The person may not know your motives. Your motive is to learn. The person may not know, but he or she, because of that friendship, will open up to you. And then you pick a lot. So that is the reverse mentoring. And there are people, let me repeat, in the system that we are far above them, but they know more than we do. Let's go and learn from them. Then department, cross-session, cross-department, cross-school, cross-whatever. Benefits, succession planning. So once again, if you do not pass on what you know to somebody, you will not leave any legacy behind. And we would have failed in our plan to pass on. So one person leaves, nobody is qualified to fit in the position. And you see, unfortunately, when it comes to the high echelon of ranking or positions in the university, they advertise. So we will be here and an outsider, so to speak, somebody not in our institution, comes from another institution to become our boss. It is because we normally fail to train others to replace us. Succession planning means that train others so that when you are gone, they can take your place. That's the benefit of mentoring. If you are mentored by somebody who is more experienced, trust me, your promotion comes faster. Because then you would have learned the tricks. What is it that will make you get your promotion? So you work for 4 years, okay? The senior members, I think, is 4, 4, 4, 3, 4 or something. Your promotion will come because you will not stagnate. You are working. Everybody will see you are working. So that's the benefit of mentoring. And your performance is on a certain level. It's above the normal. It's above the average. Peak performance through association. So when you deliver, it's perfect. There is nothing wrong in writing a report or minutes or taking records of a meeting and giving it to a colleague to read through. There is nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. The first time I went to Navrongo, I wrote some report and I gave it to a deputy registrar. I said, oh, sir, no, but if you have written it, I said, no, you are wrong. Because I wrote it, there will be some small things I will not see. You try, read through, you will see a lot of things. It was true. He tried 1, 2, 3. Now he's happy. He's also doing the same. Okay? Attrition rates. Sometimes we get bored in the system, we'll go, we'll leave. These days there are no jobs, so whether we like it or not, we stay where we are. Otherwise, we'll be leaving. We'll go to better places. If we are not mentored, we'll leave. But unfortunately, something is holding us here, and that means no jobs. Okay, so we stay. Please stay. Now, ensuring future growth. I've said this over and over again. We build capacity to improve on our outputs, and then at the institutional level, you see growth. Now, the university wants to see growth. The university wants to see a kind of collaboration with the outside world. And as part of it, if we teach each other, we mentor each other, we learn from each other, we share ideas. Trust me, people have worked elsewhere before coming to the university. I was a teacher for 10 years before I came into the university system in 98. 98, yes. So, there are things I could do we teachers do. There were people who came from other places, they've not been teachers, but then because of our association together, we could learn from each other, we share ideas. So please, let's do that. Okay, at the institutional level, let's interact, social integration. Okay, social integration. There are some places you really see the tribal lines drawn. You will really see it and feel it, that you don't belong. Let's not do that. When it comes to institutional level mentoring and succession planning, let's break the tribal and all those barriers and work together like families. I believe in one world. I don't believe in third world. 1, 2, 3. No. God didn't create 3 worlds. He created one. All right. I'm ending. Development, transfer of skills, I've said that one. Integration of new staff. So you come as a new staff. To be integrated, you need somebody to mentor you and walk you through the system and say that, okay, this is how we do things here. Either to where you were, this is not how you do it. But here, this is how we do it. So in the university, when we say FYNAPLS, what does it mean? FYNAPLS, what does it mean? Lowercase FY. Yes. NA. For your necessary action, please. You got the other 5 CDs. Where did I put it? Enti Skaki. Okay. Thank you. So we learn these things. That's the university language. Okay? That's the university language. So if you are a new staff, and then you see these things written, somebody needs to tell you what they stand for. Okay? KIV. Keep in view, this one is a chorus, so thank you. So somebody writes a long letter, then your HOD writes PA. Put away. All right, so that's it. We learn, okay? Yes, we learn. When you are a new staff, you learn some of these things. We develop our talents outside the books. This one is not in the book, but somebody can tell you. Okay? Public speaking like this is not easy. Some people, when you give them the microphone, their legs will be wobbling. It's not because they can't do it. They have the thing to say. But to stand in front of people, in fact, I'm not looking into your faces. No. I'm looking at everybody's forehead. I won't look into your eyes because when you do some eye things, I can get confused. Public speaking, we learn. Okay? But somebody needs to teach you. You need to associate with people who know how to do it. One of my children said, Daddy, your talent is talking. I said, thank God. Because when I was born, my father said, I'm the quietest. But I learned it from somebody. And God gave me the grace. So these days, I talk for money. Now that I'm on retirement, if you bring me here, you think it's free? Voila. Let's go on. Okay, so it's a cost-effective way of training. Mentorship, nobody pays a mentor. All right, the university is making use of your experience, your expertise, your skill to teach others. So CPD, continuous professional development. It's free, cost-effective. It strengthens discipline. So, let me tell you something. Because Dr. Ajenimbai talked about time. The only way you can offend me is not to keep to your time. Trust me, take my food, take my money, my family home. But when you say, meet me at 10, and I come and you are not there, and 10 passes, that one goes into me, but I am a year off. That's how my father trained us. And we observed him. He kept to his time. He says, okay, 3 p.m., come. You get there 2 minutes after 3. You say that you are not sensible. I took you to school to learn how to keep to time. If you get there 5 minutes before time, he won't say, well done. After all, he said 3. So if you come at 2:30, please, discipline. So if your mentor is the perpetual latecomer, you will be like that. So choose those who will build in you discipline. Who will build in you discipline. If I'm mentoring on the ground, it's for you yourself to choose your mentor. In a system where management chooses your mentors for you, there can be a problem. It's a very good thing. If management gives you a mentor, please accept. Be humble and accept. But choose your own. Choose your own, because that's the one you will gel with. All right. Motivation, job satisfaction. Somebody is encouraging you. Salaries have delayed. Somebody is encouraging you. Okay, no problem. I'll wait. You need somebody to motivate you. And then you will be satisfied with the job that you are doing. Okay? And then performance appraiser. This one, feedback. So then the registrar calls your mentor. How is he doing? Oh, very well. I mean, on the job, yes, she has a few challenges. We are trying to work it out. That is it. That is it. Okay? And the how of mentoring. So that the football coach, you meet with the players, you go to the field. I don't write memos anymore. When they come into my mind, I call one of the assistant registrars. I say, go and write a memo. This one will accrue to your promotion. And they write, they bring, I review, I give to them, they submit, it is passed. They get something to use for their promotion. Coaching. So when I tell you things, when you see things, I want you to practice it. So I'm going for a meeting. Tell your ARs and SARs and DRs that when they are going for meetings, you are now a PAA or CAA. Please go with me. I want to take the notes for you. You can take the sitting allowance and eat your snack. Don't give me. I just want to learn some things. Go with them. Learn how to write reports. It is on-the-job training. Because if you don't practice it, you will never learn. Don't be afraid. After all, English is not a language. So when you write, you can spell else. Else. What is else? Okay, so you go to the place and somebody say, okay, we are late. So the secretary will write the names. Just mention. Then it says Yvonne. So are you going to say I or Y or what? But it is not a language. Don't be afraid if you make mistakes. Let others read through. Let them coach you. And then as you go up, delegate. Give your work to others to do. And don't leave it for them entirely. When they do it and bring it to you, my time is up, I know. How many more minutes are you giving me? You are giving 5 minutes. That's plenty. Thank you. So you delegate. Tell others. Do this work for me. I'm going to do another thing. When I come, I'll revise it. And then that's it. So when work is delegated to you, don't think that the person is offloading his or her work to you to do. No. Delegate it. Okay? Mentors, role models, career. So I did PhD in something. Because me, I'm a teacher. I wasn't doing PhD in administrative things, so I'm a teacher. I did physics. So I want to continue in that line. That's why I went and did that. So you want to be my mentee, okay, you to chart your path, okay, and build upon your foundation. That is your career progression, okay? Then we pair up skills, we share experiences with the mentor is supposed to be an advisor. Don't see them as bosses only, but see them as your advisors, see them as your friends, see them as your counselors, see them as your teachers, and learn from them. So the reality is that everyone is influenced in one way or the other by somebody. In fact, I don't keep beard because I was influenced by my daddy. He doesn't keep beard. He takes everything off twice a day. He shaves, morning and evening. And then when I went to middle school, for those who don't know middle school, I had a teacher I loved so much, he keeps his mustache. So I started keeping the mustache. This is for my teacher, this is for my father. So whether you like it or not, in one way or the other, you are influenced, consciously or unconsciously. You want to walk like somebody, you want to talk like somebody, you want to teach like, you want to sing like somebody. That is the reality on the ground. But please, learn the good ones. Okay, some of our mentors will disappoint us. Some of our role models will be caught in some vices. It's disheartening, it's disappointing. But those ones you can drop and keep the good ones. So who you associate with will make you or break you. In the Bible, it says that iron sharpens iron. So is the countenance of a friend. So show me your friend, and I will show you your character. That one is actually Bible. It's iron sharpens iron. Birds of the same feathers will flock together. So please, let's be careful about our associations. If you feel too big to be mentored, you are too little. In a polarized society, these things are difficult, but let's bury our tribal differences. Let's bury our religious differences and team up, partner together, learn together, motivate each other, okay, because the advantages are more. Humble yourself because you stand to gain. Enforce it. This is to management. They are not here. I will tell them. They have to enforce it because the thing is good. If you don't want to take the medicine, the doctor will find a way of you taking it. You want to do the surgery, he will put you to sleep and cut you open. Yes, because the surgery will save you. But he has to put you to sleep because you will resist. Especially the macho men and women. Some small doctor, be like my daughter, they will just throw you away. So they will put you to sleep. It is good. So we need to enforce it. Enforce it by making it mandatory for you to have a mentor who will say that approved before you are promoted. It is good. Let's enforce it. Let's make it part of the promotion criteria. So institutions without mentorship and succession planning stand to lose all their expertise and institutional memory. If we don't have it, we lose everything. If we don't have it, we lose everything. So no matter how big or small you are, remember, there is always someone better than you. Remember to tap into someone else's expertise and make yourself better. This is free, and you cannot obtain it from the literature or the textbook. So I thank you.
Please, you can agree with me that this man has done justice to the topic. He's indeed a teacher, and he has taught us a lot. I even learned a lot. So please, do it better for him. Thank you so much, Dr. Nkamalo Mote. In fact, the truth is that we cannot do without you. We keep running to our senior staff all the time. Please check the alignment for us. Check the CV for us. Is it aligned well? Is this how we should send it? In case the senior staff is on, I think, let me say, leave or break, and there's something you have to do and you have to stand in, come and see us in the meeting. We just get confused because we don't know how to even take minutes sometimes. And so the truth is that we cannot run away from you. We are preparing budgets, and sometimes we even forget some of the things to add and subtract. And then we get carried away and we get into trouble. Please, we cannot do without you. And so thank God that there's Ubuntu, that we are all together and we all need each other to do it together. So thank you so much for teaching us and expressing the roles that we need to play to make our industry a better one, all for national development. So we are going to take some questions for him. If you have some questions for Dr. Ankama Lumote, please, let's have some. Yes, please, that's one. Can we get the microphone? Round 2. Okay. Who else? I have a question too, so I'll ask the question. 3. Okay. So, yes. I'm sure he'll take a number of them and he'll answer them all. Thank you.
Yes, my question is...
So please mention your name and then maybe your designation, and then you can ask the question.
I'm the registrar's offices. Right. My question is, the university has started a mentorship program. I'm creating a hypothetical situation where I have been assigned to someone a superior let me put it bluntly, everybody knows this person is not a material who can mentor. We know them, but then for the sake of the work I've been assigned to such a person, what should I do? Because I go to the person, you look at how the person writes, you know that this is something I can do better. Even before the mentoring begins, you know that this person, the way the person talks, the way the person carries themselves about, you know that you can gain better experience if you are assigned to somebody else. But this is who you have been assigned to. What do I do in that situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Right. Thank you. Doc, my name is Ernest Ofori Dia, Department of Architecture, Kabi.
Right.
Well, I would like to find out. He was talking of mentoring and even on the scale of maybe attending a meeting with your heads or your bosses and all of that. And there's a scenario of a situation whereby your superior, for that matter, the registrar, tells you you cannot go to this meeting with your boss. All because of probably, in quote, this local fuel, but not the local fuel or the certain allowance per se. Some of us, we are eager to learn at any point in time. And they are telling you, don't go. But I believe it is the way to learn from those kind of meetings. When it happens like that, do you stay back or you still pursue that? Look, because I'm eager to learn something, I'll pursue further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we'll get to the back and then come back to you. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Paul Ampate. I'm a principal hall assistant at the clinical students hostel.
Thank you.
Dr. Ankuma, please, my question is very simple. I want to know if this presentation will be done at the senior members meeting, because as a hall assistant, per the experience from my superiors or those I met in the hall assistantship, some members come as undergraduate students and later they become hall masters. But when they become hall masters, it seems other staff are not maybe equal to them, or I don't know. So I want to know if this presentation will be done at the senior members level, because I've gone through the program, I didn't see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And please, there's a hand here. Okay, so that, and then you come here, and then Dr. Ankama Lumote would answer.
Thank you. My name is James Kojo-Boateng, College of Health Sciences.
Right.
My question has to do with effort and reward. We all know that, as he said, the reason for the mentorship is for you to take bigger responsibilities. However, if I train myself like that, waiting for the opportunity to come, and it happens, then the university then brings a publication or an advert out there, knowing very well that I qualify for that post. However, they'll use a clause of the same analogous. For us, I have never occupied such position before. How do I then get such a chance? That's one. Two, has to do with professional development. Maybe I came in as senior store superintendent. I'm using my field for example. I have upgraded myself through academically so that I can channel my professional course. Since I came in as HND in 10 years ago, in my 5th year as normal progression, I had my first degree and second degree, but I was promoted based on the HND. That was my first promotion. The second promotion was also due. For us, my certificate has been acknowledged that it has been received or the amnesty has covered up. Second one too was not recognized, and I was promoted based on the first promotion I had to the next one. Now, in this sense, are we encouraging professional development and progress? That's the second question. And all things being equal, sometimes some of us tend to be a mentors to some of the students that comes to us. We train them in the course of maybe internship and then internship and attachment. In the process of doing this, the person may be maybe in his first degree or second degree. You will be there with a second degree teaching such a person. You will be there in the following year, the person comes to be your boss. In this instance, how do you handle it? Thank you.
Thank you. Please let's make the question snappy. Thank you so much. The last one here, in front here. Let's hear a lady's voice. Dr. Ankamalo, my question is the mentoring one. And so I'll ask before you answer. Please.
Regina Drowa Uswasare.
Thank you.
Chief Auditing Assistant, College of Agric and Natural Resources. Oh, Doc, why are you laughing? Mine is on succession planning and mentorship, as you said. I see a gap, so I would love you to help us to bridge that gap. There are some instances where the mentor thinks that the mentee is not learning. Mentee also thinks that the mentor is not mentoring. How do we bridge that gap? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamalumuti. Now, my question is in addition to we'll come back for a second round, to the mentors. So you said we can choose our own mentors. Now, you get to someone you admire so much, you run to go and speak to the person, and you're not getting the feedback that you want. In fact, the person can make you just a little that you feel so disheartened. So in that case, what do you do? It would be so disheartening so much that you don't want to even hear the word mentor, and you don't want anybody to mentor you again. You don't want trouble, so you want to stay in your own corner. Meanwhile, we all need mentors to develop and to grow. So in that case, what do you do? Thank you. Please come and answer our questions.
Thank you very much. And especially for these questions, which are practical. I mean, these are practical things that are happening. And sometimes when you want to say it, you say that, I have a question. A friend of mine, but this one, I think that you are talking about your own selves. Thank you for being sincere. So, let me start from the bottom. So you think that this person can be your mentor, so you approach, and then the feedback is so negative, and you get disheartened. God always have a second choice. Okay? When my childhood sweetheart looked at me and said that, I can't marry you because we are too close, apparently God had a better one. So when you approach the person and you don't get the feedback that you expect, please, look around, you will find somebody else. Because see, you need to work mutually. So if the person doesn't really open up to you, then of course you cannot learn anything. And that goes to the fifth question. So the mentor thinks that you are next to a nobody and you don't know anything. And then you also think that this mentor, I'm better off without him or her. In that case, nobody learns anything. Nobody learns anything. You better not keep that partnership. You better not. Because you don't respect the person in the first place. Because I see you as having nothing to teach me or nothing to share with me. So my mind is closed. I have locked off. I've locked you off completely. Whatever you say is non-fact. So that relationship will not work. When the mentor sees you as somebody who doesn't know anything, of course, that is why I want you to be my mentor. If I know something, I wouldn't come to you. So see the shortfalls in my life and help me to improve it. If you don't see it that way and you think that I am a non-starter, then me too, that attitude alone tells me that you are not also fit to be a mentor. That relationship will not work. So please look for somebody else. Look for somebody else. Now, efforts and reward. That's a very good thing, and it's a very frustrating something. And that is why I said that without proper mentoring and succession planning, there will be an attrition rate. Unfortunately, by default, we cannot leave because there are no other jobs anywhere. So you make an effort. You came in with a diploma. You made an effort. After some time, you registered for a bachelor's degree. You passed. You expected that management will see that you've made an effort. You have upgraded yourself. For which reason you need to be considered. And especially when you sought approval before you undertook the course. In our institutions of higher learning, if you don't seek permission and then you hide and do distant learning and get a degree and you bring it, they will not recognize it. Because somebody can tell you that, well, I employed you with a diploma because the job I wanted you to come and do, diploma was sufficient for that job. And so whatever you do any other time, it doesn't matter to me. That's the university system. In fact, that is how it operates. And that is why if you want to upgrade yourself, write a letter of intention for further studies. Registrar says, fine, next year you can go. The following year you fill the form study leave. You put the program of study there and justify how that will enhance the current work that you are doing. Not because you want to go to some other office. So you go and do some program. What you are doing currently, where you are placed now, the second degrees or the first degree, how is that going to enhance it? You see, that's a challenge that management will normally have. So yes, you have graded, but they seem not to recognize it. It is so frustrating. And especially when they are looking for assistant registrars or senior members in all the categories, and then you have a second degree, and you know that the advertisement is saying second degree. You ask yourself, why didn't they ask us, those of us in here, who qualify first before going out? But that is a requirement. You cannot always have an internal advert. If government says, I have given you 180 financial clearance to employ staff, they expect to see it in the graphic that you are advertising to employ. So that's a bit tricky. But do the right thing. By all means, upgrade yourself. You are in an academic institution. But please follow the due process so that your certificates will be acknowledged. It can be frustrating. It can be frustrating. And when this thing is a natural law. If you don't work hard enough, You see, it's not only about qualification that brings promotion. It's about work outputs. And that's why I like the word effort. It's about your work output. So when I'm not satisfied, I came to this university with one other colleague, and we all applied for promotion to senior assistant registrar. This colleague's own was turned down because the registrar then wrote a statement. And I said, look, reapply. He says, no, effective days are important. I said, this is your boss. Whatever he has put there remains forever. You will never be promoted. 3-4 years down the line, the person had to reapply. When I have long gone to the next level. So that is a systemic thing, and we need to respect it. It is not only about your certificates, it is about your work outputs and your human relation. If I am your boss and I think you don't respect me, until I leave that office, you will stay where you are. But that is not me. That is how some are. So please check it. It is disheartening. It is frustrating. And that is why I think that this should have been both management and senior staff. But I have done this delivery before to senior members. So maybe they will remember. So the one who said whether this message will get to them or not. Yes, they have it. They have it in their head, theory. But how to apply it sometimes is a problem. Sometimes it's a problem. So upgrade yourself, work hard, and when it is due you, God will make sure it comes to you. So this presentation, the senior staff, the senior members, they know it already. Now, Ernest, you are saying that you want to join your boss, your senior, your whatever, to a meeting. And you are not allowed to do that. What do? You see, in the university system, the statutes defines the membership of committees. The university statute. So, council has all the unions there. Then they have academic board reps. Then they have the vice chancellor, the pro-vice chancellor in attendance. Pro-vice chancellor in attendance. Then the council chairman. Then 3 government appointees. Now, if you are working in the office of the Deputy Registrar Academic, who has been nominated by the registrar to be a recorder? See, the registrar is the secretary to council. But because of the nature of the work, he would need somebody to be recording. So he goes with one of the deputies. If you are serving that deputy, you don't expect the deputy to take you to that level of meeting. Because even the deputy himself or herself is a recorder. But there are certain level of meetings, okay? Departmental board meeting, college board meeting. Those ones, you can get there. But when it comes to appointments and promotions, then you have a challenge because then they are going to discuss confidential things. You are a chief admin assistant or principal admin assistant. The secretary is a senior assistant registrar. He or she may not allow you to get there because they have sworn an oath of secrecy. So anybody who has not sworn that oath, it's very difficult to invite you into that meeting. But there are certain levels of meetings that they can delegate you to go and cover up them. So please take note. It's not every meeting that they can invite you to. So when you are disallowed, tactfully try to find out, oh, why? I thought I want to assist you. I'll record for you so that you can write the minutes. So that is it. I have talked about everyone, unless I have left one. Now, the first question and the last but one seem to be the same. The first question was that in the university, the system is such that you are mentored by a superior. But you, as a mentee, you think that this my mentor, I'm correct. Please, the fact that the person has a rank which you don't have means that he or she has something you don't have. And that's why I said that look out for something positive and pick on that one. That is the officially assigned mentor to you. Please submit yourself like Hagar, who was running away, and the angel said, go back. Go and submit yourself to Sarah. Submit yourself. There's something you can learn. But that is the official one. On the unofficial level, you have so many people around you to choose from. And like she said, if you choose and there's a backlash, the person doesn't want to welcome you into his or her fold, choose another one. You will get. So by all means, accept, because that's the officially assigned mentor. But then also look around and get somebody else. These are the 6 questions. In fact, it is not 6. Somebody asked 3. 3 in 1. Madam, the next and the last set of questions. Don't keep your question, and when we close, you go and ask. Anyway, it's good. They will tell you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have a snack break shortly. He's around, and so we'll have another set of questions after the last presentation. And so please, you are not going. Don't go. I've seen everybody and where you are sitting. So if I see you going, I'll call you back. Otherwise, the place will be empty. So please don't go. Our online participants, you can also drink coffee at home or wherever you are. We are also going for a snack break now. If you didn't register, please get yourself registered at the front desk in front of us where the bus are. And then snack is ready behind the stage. And so please get there with your cheats for snack, and then get back here, please, at 12 noon exactly. Thank you so much once again for coming for this morning's session. See you all at 12 noon, please. I hope you'll be here. Please clap if you'll be here so that I know that we've done well and you'll do it. Thank you so much. See you at 12 noon. Thank you. Hello, my dear senior staff, please can we come back to the room so we can start our last session? Please. Please, let's make way to the room so that we can start our last session and close early. Thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my dear senior staff. Thank you so much for fulfilling your promise of coming back after snack. I hope you had a good one. We want to finish quickly and then we go for lunch and then we are out of here. After all, there's a circular that we close at 1, so we'll also be out of here soon. So, welcome back from the snack break. This is the 10th KNUST Summer School, and this is a special one for senior staff. The theme is strengthening industry relations, the role of senior staff. And so our last presenter is ready, our last facilitator is ready, and he will be giving us a presentation on financial implications of the roles of senior staff in academia and industry. To do this for us is a man who is a product of the Institute of Professional Studies, IPS, now the University of Professional Studies, Accra, UPSA. He also holds a master's degree in business administration, finance from the University of Leicester in the UK. He is a chartered accountant with over 23 years of experience in accounting, internal and external audits, automobile, real estate, and property management. Wow. Hey, you're back from snack break. You clap for him. Oh. Now you're poised so that the clap should be, because lunch is coming. Thank you. So he joined KNUST in 2018, and having worked for about 20 years in various organizations, he's currently the internal auditor for KNUST. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed participants, our esteemed senior staff, please put your hands together for our one and only Mr. Moses Chikwe. Oh, if you don't clap, your money will go and lock up somewhere and he will not sign. So please clap so that you have room to sign the checks for us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. Unfortunately, I don't sign. I just certify, and the finance people will sign. So once I certify, then the payment can be done. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you on the topic. I deem it very crucial, and I use the word very crucial, at a time where we are all confronted with the issue of Public Accounts Committee. The university has had two representation where we went to the Public Account Committee to answer questions on audit infractions as a whole. And I think it is at the right time, an opportune time, for us to discuss the topic that has been given to us. As much as possible, I will bring the discussion to our level. I'm not taking it in terms of academia, but I will bring it to our level as the middle manpower of the university. So that is what I will try to do. Well, the topic before us is financial implications of the roles of senior staff in academia and industry. Whilst we wait for the slides to be presented, to be displayed, I'll go ahead, unless you want me to wait for the slides. Do I wait? Okay, then I'll go, with your indulgence, I'll go ahead. I have few outlines that we will follow. Before we understand the financial implications, we will look briefly on some of the regulatory framework and the laws that governs the activities of all of us, senior staff, in the university. We would also look at some of the policies that we have and the manuals that also governs our day-to-day activities. I would also look at few duties of senior staff, especially the level of chiefs, and look at its equivalent ranks. So forgive me. Then we'll zero into the financial implications that our day-to-day activities, if we don't do it well, will lead us into those issues we call it financial implications. Not only that, we have also what we call non-financial implications. And as senior staff, we need to understand the dynamism in terms of financial implications as well as non-financial implications. Then we will draw some lessons on academia and industry experiences, then conclusion. So I hope I'll be able to do justice to the topic as it's been given. In terms of some regulatory framework that governs our work, thank you very much. So that's the outline I briefly went through. In terms of some regulatory framework that governs our work as senior staff, we have the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. We have the Public Procurement Act 203, Act 663. We do have the Internal Audit Agency Act 2003, Act 658. We have the University Statute, our own statute that governs the way we go. We also have the Administrative Manual that also guides what we do. We have the KNUST Accounting Policies and Procedure Manuals. We have, in recent times, we also have a lot of policies that are enacted or written by QAPU. Then we have our own council directives. So these are the legal frameworks that will guide us in terms of our day-to-day activities. Where relevant and where possible, I will make inference to some of them for our better understanding. We are given the topic financial implications of the roles of senior staff in academia and industry. And like I said, anytime we talk of financial implications, especially the administrators and the non-financial professions, we only limit to finance people and internal audit. I believe from today, we should change our perception anytime we talk of financial implications. It doesn't relate to only finance people and the internal audit. And subsequent slides would give us more insight into why I'm saying that. Now, I mentioned to you the Public Financial Management Act. This is the act that governs the financial management of public sector. As far as we are within the public sector, we are to obey the tenets of this act. We call it, in short, PFM Act. As far as we are a public sector, we are supposed to obey the tenets of this act. And what does it say? I'll briefly go through with you so that you understand, as senior staff, anytime we are talking of financial implications, please don't let us leave it with finance and internal audit. It cuts across every activity that we perform. Now, the first one has to do that, excuse me. For every activity, this one relates more to internal audit, but it covers the activities both the internal audit and external audit performs. And it's not talking of only financial activities. And that's why I want to draw your minds to, as senior staff. The first one says that the internal and external audit will appraise and report on the soundness and application of the system of controls operating in a covered entity. Covered entity simply means an organization. In this case, it's KNUST. So when internal and external auditors come, they would want to appraise, and the appraiser do a report on how the programs that KNUST implementing, how soundness, how reasonable, how deficient-free they are in terms of control lapses. And it is we, the senior staff, who will perform such activities. So it has nothing to do with internal audit and finance office. I hope we are making gains. The second one has to do with evaluation of effectiveness of risk management and governance process and of a covered entity, and contribute to the governance of the risk management and governance process. We will say that when we talk of governance, it relates to the top, that is council, college board, faculty board, departmental board. Anytime we mention governance, it is at the top hierarchy. Does it affect senior staff? Yes, it does. Because you are also part of the governance process in terms of your day-to-day activities, how you process your work, how you do your work. If you are not able to assist in identification of risks, we might not be able to achieve our objectives. And that's why as senior staff in various fields, we contribute to this aspect when we talk of the PFM Act. The next one talks of also providing assurance in terms of efficiency, effectiveness, and the economy in the administration of progress. You all witness to the fact of when KNUST came in the news regarding accreditation. This is where it came from. The administration of progress. We all play a part in administering this aspect in the PFM Act. Has nothing to do with only finance and internal audit. It cuts across every aspect of what we do as senior staff. Then the last one has to do with evaluation of compliance with enactment, policies, standards, systems, and procedures. We are the manpower when it comes to carrying out policies, procedures. We process them. So when we see this aspect and nothing seems to be working, please, as senior staff, you can't sit down and fold your arms. You need to raise a red flag, not to wait till internal or external auditors comes. Then it becomes an issue. So in terms of the PFM Act, this is what it is given to us as a university, that we should be able to work on all these 4 areas that I've explained or highlighted to you. It has nothing to do with finance and internal audit. And I pray that across the ranks, be it technicians, administrators, finance, audit, nurses, midwifery, we will all comply with these requirements as far as the PFM Act is concerned. So when we are talking of financial implications, it comes from these 4 activities I have highlighted. We would look at briefly some of the duties as senior staff and how they align to what I just highlighted to you. For the sake of clarity, I will not be able to highlight every rank, but I will just I've selected some of them, and you just need to fit yourself in, since they are all what we call analogous ranks. I'll pick the Chief Administrative Assistant. So when we are talking of all the ranks, as far as the senior staff hierarchy is concerned, We are looking at admin staff to chief, and it's analogous one. So when you come to finance, you also look at the same levels to chief. When it comes to internal audit, you look at the same level to chief, and so forth and so on. Now let's look at your scheme of service, what it says. And when I finish going through the duties, you will come to notice that a simple thematic area runs through all your duties as senior staff. And that is the emphasis I want to draw to you. Permit me to read this one. It says that staff in this grade will be required to perform work covering a wide field requiring high qualities of sound judgment. So if you are an admin, if you are a senior admin, you are principal, you are chief, they said you should exhibit sound judgment. I'm not the one who wrote it. You should also exercise initiative and precision. So when your boss has directed some activity to you and you think there's something wrong, don't sit down and say, they gave it to me. Don't sit down and say, they directed me. Because as far as your duties are concerned, you are to exercise sound judgment. I don't know how I can explain sound judgment, but I believe we all understand. You should also exercise initiative and precision. So in terms of the functions that the PFM Act requires from all of us as senior staff, your duties complement the functions, isn't it? It does. Perfect. The rest I will not read it, but this is the emphasis I want to bring to you. Chief Administrative Assistant. Now let me take you to Chief Accounting Assistant. Among other things, it also reads, staff in this grade will be required to exhibit high qualities of sound what? Judgment, initiative, resources, and precision. It is also clear. So from the Chief Administrative Assistant to Chief Accounting Assistant and going down, please, that is what you are required to do. It didn't come from me. It's from the senior staff scheme of service. Now, let me pick the internal audit as well, where I've underlined, it says that staff in this grade will be required to exhibit high qualities of sound judgment, initiative, resource, and precision. So it runs through all the rank. If you are a chief nursing, chief midwifery, all the ranks, this thematic duty runs through all of them. So there's no way when your superior has given you something to do and you could identify risks inherent in it, you will keep quiet and process it and say that, well, I can't talk. You can't do that one. If you do that one, you are creating a problem where, in terms of financial implications, we all found ourselves wanting. And like I said, it applies to all equivalent ranks or position. So that is the thematic area I want to highlight to you. And it's talking of sound judgment, initiative, resource, and precision. If for nothing at all, before you leave here, that should be your watchword. So that whenever you are carrying out your day-to-day function, please remember sound judgment, initiative, resources, and precisions. Are we making progress? Okay. Like I said, it also covers chief technician, chief store superintendent, chief librarian, chief assistant printer, chief assistant binder, chief nursing officer, chief midwifery superintendent. We are all covered by what I read to you. So under no circumstances should you say that my boss gave it to me. If you use that word, it means that you are not exercising what? You are not exercising what? And what? And what? You have passed. That is enough. Even if I don't continue the discussion, we are done. So, we've been talking of financial implications. How does it matter to the senior staff? In our day-to-day activities, we'll look at these selected areas of activities and see how it affects us as senior staff. And we will talk of compliance with applicable laws, rules, policies, and procedures. We will look at risk management. We will look at knowledge in financial accounting and auditing. And I know when it comes to this area, all other staff, personnel, apart from finance and auditing, you want to shy away. Today, please, we will learn that it is an area we can all cope with to really improve our work as senior staff and other non-financial professions. Then the issue of safeguarding of assets, it's also our work as senior staff. How do we come into picture when we are looking at these 4 areas? Now, these processes, we would see them in the university statute, we will see them in the act and regulations, we will see them in the accounting and the administrative manuals, we will see them in the policies, council directives, and project documents. Those who are affiliated to projects, you will know that the donors will come with their own requirements. The security office, you have your standard of operating procedures that details what you are supposed to do. All these things are important for us to be able to carry our work efficiently and effective and avoid the financial implications. We will come to it very soon. And since we are the middle manpower, it says we are to perform and implement, we as senior staff, we are to perform and implement the university rules, regulations, policies, and procedures to ensure compliance and prevent us from appearing in public accounts committee. Maybe you don't go there, but you watch us in the telly and you'll be laughing. If you don't do it well, that's where it will end at. So please, from today going, whatever activity you are doing, remember the 3 key words as enshrined in the senior staff scheme of service: sound judgment, initiative, resources, and precision. If there's something you don't seem to understand, please draw the attention of your senior or your head, and don't do it and for the sake of they gave it to me, they push me to it. Please. I've spoken about risk management as well. Whenever we are talking of risks, it is just the uncertainties that we are confronting with in our day-to-day activities. It could be evaluated and monetized. Notwithstanding, risks is just the uncertainties. To bring it to our level, it's just, let's say you get up in the morning, you want to brush. Even the brush, if you are not careful, can cause injury. They are all risks. Your sink that you stand in to bath, those who use sink, I use the normal one to bath. Even that one, there is a risk. If you don't clean it well, you might what? So the risk is all over. So as a senior staff, you are carrying out your day-to-day activities, and there is something that you identify, and you keep quiet. When you are to make sure that the monies was received from recommendation letters, you don't account for it, you will bring financial implications to us. So risks, we call it, it's a pervasive word. It cuts across everywhere. It's not just vice chancellor. It's not just the council. It's not the administrative officers. It's all of us involved in the identification and the management of risks process. We all have strategic plans or some programs to guide in the operations, in the offices, in the department units that we work. Please, there are risks inherent in the implementation of those plans. Once again, don't sit down and you see something wrong in the plan and you keep quiet. When there are issues, would all be found wanting. The next one has to do with knowledge in accounting and auditing. For our exempt the finance, do I even exempt? I will not. I will include both the finance profession and internal audit, the non-administrative and all of you, especially the administrators, when it comes to committee meetings, writing of minutes, when it comes to accounting and audit, you say media minimum. But they are all important for you to enrich your work. So some basic knowledge of these accounting and audit functions would improve and harness your reputation and your dignity, so that when we go for meeting, Frank Nkatia is very good in this aspect. Even though he's an administrator, let's pick him. He can interpret the numbers. He can be able to write the minutes very well in the area of accounting audit. Not for only say that, for me, I don't know anything about it. Let's wait and the finance people come. When there are problems which leads to financial implications and infractions, we will all be found wanting. So a little knowledge. You take a friend from finance or accounting, or you can spend some 10 minutes, 5 minutes after work to be reading around basic accounting, how it is done, for the improvement of our work as senior staff. It's very, very important. Safeguarding of assets. Once again, let me take you to the PFM Act, the one we went through the 4 thematic areas. And this area is talking of how we safeguard the assets of the university. I have instances in my office, when something is broken, nobody will care about it. They won't care because they are not the one in charge, isn't it? We are not in charge. Close of work, the light will be on, no one cares. Something that can be repaired and used, they won't. Safeguarding of assets is not restricted to Vice Chancellor, or it's not the Vice Chancellor work. It's all of us. That is what the PFM Act is saying. And we, the top management, would initiate processes, mechanism to safeguard the asset. As senior staff, you also do what? Implement, act to really safeguard. So it cuts across. We can't leave this one just only to management. Using resource judiciously. It's another issue when it comes to the issue of printing of stationery. I don't need to go there. They will bring your church activities and be printing A4 sheets because it's not your personal resources. We are being guided to safeguard the resources that we use. Now, we are talking of financial implications. What are we talking of? And I have classified that one into 2. Okay, permit me to briefly take you to when we are talking of safeguarding of assets. Most of us are in charge of receiving proceeds from sale of a lot of activities, recommendation, transcript, whatever. And we are grateful to the university that a lot of these activities are being automated to limit the handling of cash, to really prevent us from the temptation of doing what? Please, if you can add, that would be fine, but I wouldn't add that one. So, for safeguarding of assets, when we receive cash, The policies are there to guide us, that we just bank it. Those of you who are in units that could not easily be banked, you pay to finance office. Many of you will keep the money 2 weeks, 3 weeks when we come to audit, all sorts of excuses. Please remember today, we are to safeguard the university's resources. Retirement of interest. You are the one processing. Internal auditor has taken a special advance. He hasn't retired it. He goes for another one. Then you continue to process. I have unretired special advances for about 10 different items, and they will be sitting there. You will not draw the mind of the head into it as senior staff. We wouldn't do that till we are confronted with the problems. A lot of us are aware some of the lands where we live, and you see people encroaching them. We will not talk. We will not even raise any red flag on them, because it is not what? It is not our work. As senior staff, we are covered by all these things, safeguarding of university assets. So we can't leave you out when we talk of senior staff. Teaching facilities, studios, research centers, they are not working. You keep quiet because you want the facility officer to come. You want the head to come. Please, we need to change that habit moving forward. For us as internal auditors, when we come, like we said, we'll evaluate all these things and make recommendations to management. But if you don't do it, that is where it creates those financial implications. So in simple terms, I will group the financial implications into two aspects. The one that denies the university of financial opportunities, and the one that causes financial loss to the university. Why am I saying that? The first one that talks of financial opportunities. I've had instances where I visit some of the offices of administrative staff. Early in the morning at 8 o'clock, the person is watching video, those spiritual pastors, watching video. She won't even raise her head to look at me. So I had to stand there for about 10 minutes. Then she will look at me and said, Mpocho Bibia. So assuming I'm an external person and I'm bringing business, you think I will do that? I won't do it. I won't do it. Handling of correspondence. Most of us as administrators, we are not bringing any new thing to the way we do our work. And I've been fighting with my administrator. The old system of correspondence comes, we open the file, we put it. What do you need to bring on board as administrator to improve the retrieval of these correspondence? Permit me, if he is here, you shouldn't tackle him. But I'm talking of innovation into the things we do. So once we need some correspondence, it takes about a week and over. If an external entity, a stakeholder, needs some of this information to perform, we won't get. And that brings a lost financial opportunity to the university. We can also talk of accounting functions and other disciplines within the various units. I'm not limiting only to administrators, securities. I used to ply the road, or I still continue, ply the road, the Mango Road and the Wicado. In the evening, he will not even get up. The securities, they will be sitting down in their armchairs, relax. Immediately they see the Prado and the university sticker, then they will get up. Yes, sir. Then I will also wave and pass. We are also looking at processing of transactions in line with the donor requirements. We are doing a lot in terms of donor projects, but these donors come with some requirements. anytime we want to audit donor project, the admin staff, just getting information for us is an issue. The boss will give direction. Please pick these things for the. Forgive me for chipping in some of the vernaculars, because that is what you tell us. Boss, me call lunch about. By the time I realize the day is gone. But the donor requirement comes with timelines. So I'm required to issue a report on donor funding for them to be able to give some funding to the university. I'm not able to report because you are not able to do your work as senior staff. So it's very critical when we are talking of financial implications. So today, don't let us leave that one to finance and auditing. For all of us, we are involved. We are all involved. Implementation of audit report, when both internal and external auditors come, and they give you some aspect to implement. Where they are internal audit, you will not even want to push a bit to do what you are being asked to, because it's not under your discipline or it doesn't come in your profession. So that is what I will term it financial opportunities arising from financial implications. Then I will look at the second one, which has to do with the loss to the university. Even though the first one is still loss to the university, this one is the financial loss due to your activities that you don't do well. Like I said, we've had instances where some of the chairs, they are not spoiled totally. Maybe the screw or the wheel under. When I want to repair, they say I'm colo. Chief, where there will be a tough of row. Why say would you repair? Meanwhile, the thing is not spoiled. It's just the wheel. So these are some of the financial losses that we make. Because the wheel is not working, we want to do what? Acquire a new one. We need to try and see how best we could salvage some of these things and save the university from financial loss. Car maintenance. Many of you are enjoying it at your level, but you are not bringing the car for the services of the university. That is the emphasis. So please be on your guard if we set the audit in this regard. You are asking me why. You have to use it in the service of the university. They are not giving you to bring it from home to work. It's to use in the university. There's a whole lot of argument around it. But as far as the policy is concerned, once you are enjoying your level of car maintenance, please bring the vehicle home, use it and go. Some of you also park and you say, well, I don't have car. Meanwhile, you are enjoying that one. Also benefiting from certain allowance. Meanwhile, you didn't attend. You never attended. But you make sure your name is in there. How you do it, I don't know. Some of you also know that you've gotten a lucrative job somewhere, but you want to manage the notice prior to exit. So why 3 months leave? No, by the time you realize, you put in the resignation. You've taken here, and you are gone. All these things lead to the financial implications we are talking of. And we need to be mindful of that. I've spoken about the special advances and the non-compliance with procurement procedures. It has become a norm now that when they say we are going to buy this, especially the senior staff, you yourself, you might be even having the invoices in your drawer. So immediately they say we are buying some A4 sheet. You just pull one, Francis Nuyama Enterprise. Then you pick another one, Evans Nuyama Enterprise. You pick third one, Charles Mensah Odo Enterprise. Meanwhile, you know that it's the same person. Please, until you are caught, you will think you are okay. But the day the searchlight will be on you, you can't answer. And the new system that is being introduced, the GANEP, is trying to work around all these deficiencies. All these deficiencies is being eliminated in the system. This is a very nice picture of Vice Chancellor. Someone will ask me, why am I bringing this? I've spoken of the financial implications arising from financial opportunities and what? Financial loss. There are other non-financial implications as well. We shouldn't close our eyes to those ones. What is wrong with this one? And let me read the headline. It says PPA, KNUST, UPSA, my former school, graphic, others, lead list of internal audit lawbreakers. Is it the work of finance? Is it the work of internal audit? Is it the work of Vice Chancellor? It's not. But how would we call this one? It became a topical issue in the media. How would we call this? Is it a reputational damage or adverse publication? I don't know. I know a bit of finance and audit, but as to the interpretation, I don't know. Is it a reputational damage or adverse publication? Others will say both. Because internal audit could not comply with submission of annual report and quarterly, which is not my fault, but what? You. Not giving me the right information or not providing the necessary documentation to perform my work, it has landed Vice Chancellor in this. This occurred in 2021 or so, February, when the Internal Audit Agency started publishing names of defaulters. This paper went and took Vice Chancellor's picture and put it there. He said KNUST is a lawbreaker. Meanwhile, it doesn't affect Vice Chancellor. So when we are talking of financial implications, yes, we admit, but there are other non-financial implications. In recent times, we heard of the accreditation issues all over. They are not restricted to financials, are they? They are not. So when we talk of financial implications, we are also mindful of the non-implication. I just brought VC's picture for example's sake. So this is, I will call it reputational damage and adverse publicity, which seems to affect KNUST. And we need to be mindful as senior staff, the day-to-day activities, our functions, we should be able to carry out based on the three things we've learned today, so that it doesn't end Vice Chancellor in this manner. So, as I've said, the other non-financial implications are reputational damage, adverse publicity. We can talk of external compliance when we don't comply to external stakeholders. And I've mentioned the internal audit quarterly report. Then lack of practical exposure for KNUST students. And I think in this aspect, the university is doing well in recent times where, well, I can speak of the KSB, and I believe it cuts across other disciplines. They bring them to learn the practical things, and it is working very well. And I want to entreat the university to continue with this initiative. I remember when I completed around 1996, I was doing my attachment with SSB Bank those days. So immediately I completed school, I knew how to prepare accounts. It's just as simple as that. But these days, they finish school and they struggle when we give them practical things to do. So this is an initiative which I believe is very good. Now, we are talking of industry, academia-industry relationship or partnership for development. And I want to zero in to an insurance company I worked. I've hidden the name because it's a very prominent one. But there are basic, very good training I picked from there, which is not working at all in this university. And when we are talking of academia industry partnership, then we are talking of the workforce that the academia provides to the industry to work for development. That's what we are looking at. Like accounts will say, the products of the KNUST themselves, they can't do anything. What would the industry do with them? And that is why I said that in recent times, bringing the students, especially those going out for practical training, it's a step in the right direction. A lot of innovations that are ongoing in the industry, it's as a result of what? Product from the university. Then we could also bring the academic knowledge in resolving problems when we go to the industry. So the benefits are enormous. They are a lot if we position ourselves. I will quickly use this case study to explain to you what I went through. This insurance company, it's one of the top 5, if not the first, in Nigeria. So the company here is a subsidiary of Nigeria. It's listed on Nigeria Stock Exchange. Now, when we talk of punctuality, I've put there, when some of my staff come to office late, I ask them, why are you late? Chief, traffic. From Ejoso to KNUST, he says traffic. What about those in Accra who have lived in Accra? Those coming from Isawom, those coming from Ebri, those coming from Akuse. Now, this company has installed a timing system from the MD to the sweeper, the cleaner. If you come 5 after 8, they give you query. You didn't hear that one. Here you will say that you are a senior member. The MD himself, if for some reason he is coming late, he is reporting to work late, he will send a message to the deputy MD so as to people to see that he has flouted the distance. The time is there, the time gate. So when you click, we call it at the end of the month, we bring the report on time sheet. When you do it consistently 3 times, you are sacked. Those of you who have had the opportunity of working with Nigerian companies, when you do it 3 times, you are sacked. The first day, they will give you query. In the university, it's a normal attitude. 9:30, 9, 10. Not only that, when they come, they are now going to buy their cocoa and prepare the tea. So by the time we need the information to work, boss, I'll be with you. So this company, it's very strict in terms of adherence to time. I am a senior officer. I once came late, and the late that had an issue, I even closed around 12 for board meeting, and I couldn't go home and return. I came 5 after 8. They gave me query. That is the environment you work with, but we've had it easy. It's normal in this environment. If we want to benefit from the academia industry partnership for development, we need to change our behavior, and we need to change our attitude. The next one is multitasking. Woe betide you if you should give another assignment to one, addition work to someone. If you are not careful, he will not come to work. But I was the finance officer. I will be preparing the account. I will be going for a meeting. I will sit in for management meeting. I will be sitting in for quarterly board meetings. One person. The next day, I need to present my report. You can't have briefing space. If anyone has worked with any Nigerian company, the person will understand what I'm talking of. You won't have the briefing space. Multitasking, it's something we need to learn as senior staff if we want to benefit from academia and industry partnership for development. Reporting timelines. In this company I'm talking of, November, external auditors will come, PwC, November, they will come and do 10 months, which means that my accounts should be ready. January 4th, PwC will come and do 2 months, of November, December, and that will go to Nigeria Stock Exchange. You can't sleep. Here is a case, my colleagues, finance people and account. You will pile your PVs for 2 weeks, 1 month, then you come and do 2. No, we post it, no, we call 2. Then you will be posting them. When they're same to all of us as senior staff. If we want to benefit from the academia industry partnership, security, midwives, nursing, we all need to change our attitude. Hospital, those who are in the hospital, please, we all need to change our attitude. The waiting time there, we need to try and bring it out by attending to people who comes to that place. Performance-based indicators, many of us don't have. And I'm happy the registry is trying to develop these performance-based indicators. And all units is also trying to do that well. In that establishment I'm talking of, the insurance industry, my profit line is linked to my performance. Beginning of the year, they give me my target. If I don't achieve, no promotion. I worked there for 2 years, and the same salary I took from day one is the same salary I took when I exited. What is my crime? My crime is that I couldn't improve the performance. From a loss of 2.1, I was able to bring it to 1.1. They say I didn't do well. It was still loss. Not only that, as accountant, I close late, 10, 11, 12, sometimes 1. We do group board meetings. So sometimes, depending on the chairman, then we'll get the feedback and use the Skype to do meetings. Sometimes you sit down, the board chairman will not come. Do you know what? In the insurance industry, revenue, they call it production. Production. Me, finance officer, who closes at 10, 11, 12, they said I should also go and bring business. They are telling you that your performance to get increment in salaries is linked to the businesses you bring. We made an argument that I can't do it. They said you are in the office, pick the phone and call your friends. So you see the mindset is totally different. I'm just bringing this analogy for us to see how we go about our work in the public service. Unlike the industry, the logic and the rationale is that pick phone and call friends, especially me who is a chartered accountant. You have colleagues. Call them and say, oh, bring your insurance business here. Bring insurance business. The first year, I didn't even get 1 peso. It went against me. I'm telling you, for the 2 years, I never had increment in salaries. Not only that, my audit report is also linked to my performance. This one we call it double silencer. When the internal audit comes and they give me, they grade their report in colors. When you get yellow and you get 2, I think 3 yellows, it's sack. When you get 1 red, automatic sack, you need to resign. You are laughing. I don't know how to call that environment. The staff turnover is high. And they are also always recruiting people. People want jobs, so they will come, go. So they said I should bring business. So internal audit will come. In the insurance and the banking industry, we have compliance, we have risks, we have internal control, we have internal audit, we have external audit, we have NIC. They also come their regular distance. I'm almost done. Thank you. 5 minutes, okay. So this is the last point that we are looking at. So when we want to dwell on the industry academia partnership, I think we need to change our attitude for us to be able to tap some of the benefits there. Moreover, unfortunately for me, these people were not paying well. But other similar companies, when you do well, as for your bonus, it can buy you a car. So that is the other side of it. The last one I want to touch on is what we call unlearn and relearn. As a senior staff who is a nurse, as a senior staff who is a technician, I don't know anything about administration. I don't know anything about taking minutes. Why don't you assess yourself and identify the gap you yourself have? Security. Forgive me, I have A levels. I wish I could go ahead. Why can't you identify your potential that you have? That is the unlearning. Identifying, assessing yourself as senior staff, and make sure you relearn. Identify the areas you can be of benefit and improve your chances of moving through the rank. In Accra, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, others are now going for classes. Those who have lived there, you will bear me out. 6 o'clock, because your promotion is linked to your ability to do what? Progress. But here, 4:30, we are gone. So please, this summer school is an opportunity for us as senior staff, all ranks, to assess ourselves, identify the areas we lack, and really launch into an environment of relearning. It is not too late, and you can make a difference through which, as academia, we could be able to have or add to ourselves and be of benefit to the academia and the industry. The rest are just the same thing I've talked. In conclusion, I'll say that we are all stakeholders in ensuring we adhere to good governance and internal controls to enjoy zero tolerance of audit infractions leading to financial and non-financial implications. On this note, I want to thank you for the opportunity given to me to speak on the topic financial implications.
Thank you so much. Oh, I thought you'd do it better. Yes. So I want you to clap for yourselves again. I am so proud of you. So proud of you because you make my work easy. I thought by the time we start, you will not come. I thought many of you ran away. But the room is full, and I'm happy. This shows that you are disciplined. I wish Dr. Ajenim Boateng were here to see how disciplined we are here in KNUST. But don't worry, he will see the videos and the pictures. I will make sure he sees that we are disciplined here. Put your hands together for yourselves again. Thank you so much. We'll take some questions. Dr. Nkamalomote is here, and then Mr. Chikwe is here. He says you are a lawyer. So please, if you have questions for both of them, please feel free. Raise your hands and ask. Yes, one person here. Another here. Okay, 2 for now. Oh, please, where's the gentleman who will send the microphone round? I need help, please. The microphone, the second microphone. Okay. Right. So There's a gentleman at the back there. Please make your questions snappy.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kwesiba.
Right.
Facilities officer for Kabi.
Okay.
Please, I want to make an appeal on this basis that, you see, our scripture says that for lack of knowledge, my people perish. In the presentation, I got to know that one of the rules for senior staff is to ensure the implementation and then compliance of our rules, the policies, the acts. But it will interest you to know that majority of us, and I believe they all agree with me, do not even know the existence of these policies, where they are. Those who even know that they exist might not have even seen some before, not alone to read. Please, is it possible that we have a system, as stand to be corrected in a way, that these policies will be made available, that at least we can read and know what we are supposed to do? Some of us are committing certain things because we don't know. But ignorance of the rules and the regulations is not an excuse. Please, can they be made available for us?
Thank you. Thank you. Your question is clear. That's another person behind him. Yes, in the blue shirt. And then you come forward for. Yes.
My name is Samuel Donko from the University Library. Yeah, I'm on Dr. Lomote issue, the mentoring and the succession planning. I had a question before we departed. Yeah, doctor, please, can you help me out? I was very interested in that because we hope to take over when some of us leave, some of our superiors leave. But I have observed something I want to know from your end, if you could help me write. Because some of us, we have, I remember we had a meeting, and we make an appeal to some of our senior members with knowledgeable experience in their profession, in the library service in particular. But the appeal was never honored. And we also have some colleagues who had an opportunity to study outside for some of the refreshing programs. Then we made an appeal, and those things was also ignored. I want to ask from this very point, whereby we want to learn from our peer mentoring, the team and the group type, and the superiors tend somehow to not to allow it to be flowed or to be organized. How do we help ourselves? Or can we take any form of action, excuse me to use the word radical, so that we can have it, so that it can benefit the whole? Because some of those programs were needed as part of the library service and then the profession as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There was a hand here. And then our facilitators can answer for us. Yeah, in front. Here. Yes.
So my first question goes to Professor
Moses, not there yet.
Okay. Yes, I guess to you. I always take the topic a step up to the global world. We were just comparing Ghana to Nigeria, and your experience as you disclose is just about the accuracy, punctuality, quality control that leads to success.
Performance-based.
Yes. And there's one related to the accounting records, making it accurate. Yeah. So if we should come to compare to Germany, you report 15 minutes earlier every day, so that in case one time you happen to oversleep, you have already compensated the company. And we are competing on such a global world, discussing those deficiencies right here. We are, again, the Africans who go out there, and we are able to wake up with the alarm, give our children alcohol so that they will sleep, and we run and go and clean. Are we, as an academia, coming out with any systems for us to be able to be part of global competition, or are we going to sit here to continue this way? That goes for you. To
Yes, Dr. Ankama Lomote. Yes. Please go ahead.
Yes, I really admired your general creative presentation, everything. My question was going to go to
Was it the first facilitator? The first one?
Yes.
Or him?
Him.
Him. Yes,
yeah.
Dr. Ankama Lomote. Please go ahead.
Dr. Ankama. Yes, my question was going to go to the general assessment over here. You mentioned tribalism in the year 2023. Is anybody aware that tribalism is the root cause of racism? And that led to George Floyd? Is anybody aware that our beautiful tribal flamboyance is the beauty and the riches in global development? Prof, do you have any developmental ideas to abort that in total? Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. So I'll leave our facilitators to answer the questions.
Thank you. Hello. Like a typical exams room question, I will pick the easier ones first so that my pressure will come down. Then I'll be able to solve the other ones. Let me pick my good friend's question. I'm happy you've been able to raise that one. If I'm marking your script, I would have given you a star. Because you've been able to identify a key aspect of unlearning and relearning. Many of us are in the stage not even identifying the unlearning aspect of it. We are not even know where we are. Forgive me for using this example, with all due respect and not any intent. I'm a security. Forgive me, with all due respect. That was my, okay, let me change it. I am an administrator with HND. Oh, that one is fine. I've realized that there is a vacancy in my office. They need the next level, and I don't have. What do I do? You just quickly make room and ask for any institution that does the top up. Even here, you do it and apply for it. So, from what you are saying, in the policies, they are all over, but I'm happy you phrased it up. When you close from work, please spend, you have the KNUST-TEK mail. Spend some few minutes and be navigating. They are all over. You go to KNUST About Us. The policies, they are there. If you think, they are all part of the unlearning and relearning. When you go to About Us, you see the university policies. They are there. Click it. All of them, they will come. If for some reason you don't have access to standalone computer, please, Kwapu is there. You can fall on them to give you what you want. In your department, in the unit, we all have the soft copies of all these policies. For any reason, you can do an inquiry, then we can get you one. But the first aspect is what you've mentioned, identifying yourself, unlearning and relearning. It's very important. So they are there. Just ask and you will get it. So that is the easier one. Then let me come this one. Thank you. You've really added some impetus to the discussion, and I'm very grateful. I once had the opportunity to visit Leicester, and the person I went to, my host, 4:30 when I'm pulling the clothes over me, he's gotten up, he's going to chase for train. So that is the perception. And the Nigerians, all things being equal, they are smart, and they have picked these criteria in their establishment. You can't downplay that one. So there are more to discuss on that company. At some point in time, I was bent on leaving, but I thought I could stay and learn a lot. Now, coming to that question, it takes a holistic view by the university to champion that cause. And I'm happy in recent times in the recruitment processes, the university is changing a lot of things. I, for one, when I was coming, I didn't have much. This is my first time of working in a public service, public sector. So a lot of things I'm introducing in my department. Sometimes there are few resistance. People think you are being harsh, you are being hard on what you see compared to the industry. You think there's something wrong. But the mindset, the issue of unlearning, identifying ourselves the gap, and move that one to the industry level where these things are normal. For instance, I'll give you one. When there's a delay of information, audit, we have timelines. So I need certain information. I ask one of my staff, he said, oh, boss, I've not gotten it all, but when I tell you, I'll be reporting my stuff. In the industry, we couldn't call it reporting. We call it escalation. So if my MD, I'm not getting the required information, I will bypass the MD and take it to chief executive. If the chief executive is not bringing, I'll send it to the MD. They don't see anything wrong with it. That is the structure. Because if your work impedes on mine, I can't produce. So I believe, like I'm saying, it takes a holistic effort from the university. But I believe assessing the leadership of Vice Chancellor, I believe we are making progress. In terms of, even these days, HR is bringing performance result or criteria, and a whole lot of things are changing. For me, this forum, it's one opportunity for us to change our thinking. That is the first and foremost thing we need to do, to change our thinking between the public sector and the public and the industry. I have had the opportunity of sleeping in the office 3 times. Sleeping. Because the next day is board meeting, and the MD says he needs the report. I can't say that it's 5 o'clock, may call, but here they will tell you it's 5. So I appreciate where you are coming from, but we still definitely need to change our attitude, and the university management taking a holistic view. I believe we should be there. Doc, if I have attempted to answer, or unless you want to add something. Thank you.
Thank you for answering the questions. I'll only try to add a little salt. If you are salt-free, then let me add pepper for you. When the gentleman has a question about the university policies, I use my Bimbila yam. And then if I have, because I have internet, and thank you for not taking me off. I'm still there. I still use KNUST Wi-Fi. If you take me off, I'll strike. So I went to the KNUST website. And like he said, there's a search engine there. You see some line with a circle. You type university policies. When I did, I found all of them, 42 of them, on my Bimbila yam. So if you have data, policies, they are there. Now, unheeded appeals. That is why we belong to unions. If you are looking for something, now he talked about escalation. So you go to this level, no response, keep climbing, because there is access to management. But you see, we are forgetting that we have unions that are so powerful. TEU, Ghana. This one is Tertiary Education Workers Union. I am careful about the other TUC. This is TEU Ghana. So strong, so powerful. When you have issues, pass it through your leadership. They are represented on almost all boards, and they can speak on your behalf. Please make use of your unions. And union leaders, please, I beg. You are not there for your own sake. You are there to represent a whole constituency. My last addition to social integration. The other one is the other side of it is the tribalism. It's not a bad thing. It is because of the way we apply it that makes it bad. If you happen to be in some faraway place and you hear somebody speak your native tongue, you will turn and look for the person. It is an affinity that is in our blood. It runs through us. It becomes bad and tribalism when we use it to favor each other as against more qualified colleagues who are not from your tribe. So the only way we can fight it and do the right thing is to reorient ourselves now and learn the bad side of tribalism and learn the new side of it. The new side of tribalism, in quotes, is that when people deserve something, give it to them, irrespective of where they come from. I pray that you all get to the top one day. And when you get to the top, please remember that if your tribesman or woman is competing with another person from another tribe, and that person is better on paper and on the ground, please give it to the deserving person. I have made my point. God Almighty himself, when he wanted confusion on earth, he gave them different languages. Those who read the Bible will remember. So languages can divide us, but let us harness it to our advantage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's applaud them better. Thank you so much, our facilitators. We are glad you were able to stay with us to the end. I was hoping and praying that Dr. Kamalumete will stay with us, and he did just that. Please, put your hands together for him again. Yes. Tomorrow we'll have more of this. And so please, let's remember that the KNUST 10th Summer School continues here tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll come at 8 to do the registration, and then at 9 we'll be seated here and we'll start. So we'll have a lot more time to ask our questions and have further deliberations on how we can play our roles very well as senior staff to enable academia and industry relations. And so please, let's come on time and so that we can do that. The technicians will meet at the medical enclave at Buedi, and the basic school teachers will also meet at the basic school. And then we'll be back at the KSB Block B, KNUST School of Business Block B, at 2. For the closing ceremony. So tomorrow morning we'll be here to continue, and then at 2 we'll go there for the closing ceremony. This is by way of announcement. And we also want to remind you that, should I take that again? So tomorrow morning we'll be here. Tomorrow morning we'll be here in this very great hall room here for the continuation of our summer school. And then we'll continue after lunch to the KSB Block B. It's also another cozy place. Some people do not know that, so tomorrow we'll be taking you for a excursion there for the closing ceremony at 2. But we also want to remind you of the KNUST Day of Giving. Please, our Day of Giving is on the 6th of October, but you can also be an early donor. And so please remember to donate now by dialing *887 *1350#. Or you visit the KNUST website to make your donations. Thank you, and God bless you for doing that. We want to say thank you to the Vice Chancellor and management. We want to say thank you to the Dean and staff of the Quality Assurance and Planning Office. We want to say thank you to the organizing committee of the 10th KNUST Summer School. We want to say thank you to our sponsors. They have been great. Thank you, Angel Group of Companies. Thank you, Asip Company Limited. And thank you, Lancaster Kumasi City, for making this dream come true. We want to also say thank you so much to our facilitators, Dr. Emmanuel Ajenim Boate. He has left us. We want to say thank you to Dr. Vincent and Kamalo Mote for staying through all to this time. I want to say thank you to Mr. Moses Chikwe. He has been running around from one session to the other. And to you, my dear and able senior staff, thank you. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you so much for staying to this point. Our lunch is ready and it's at the same place behind the stage. So, we have not prayed though. Oh, senior staff, please. Please, if you are not standing, please sit. We are praying. So, Mr. Amwa, you did, Mr. Isaac Amwa, you did the opening prayer, so you do the closing prayer for us. Please come and close us. Thank you all so much for coming. We'll see you tomorrow. But please, let's wait for those going, please, I beg you. God is watching, please pray.
Let us pray. Our Lord and Master Jesus, we give you glory this afternoon for such a wonderful opportunity you have given us. We glorify your name. We honor you. We bless you for such a history and a lot we have learned today. Let your will be done in our hearts so that at the end we give you glory and honor. We bless you for everything. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.